when you, I will give it to you. When you have your the main. It's not
Hey, it's down there, and if you start, I'll bring it up. When you start, I'll bring it up.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, yeah.
We need to start now. Okay?
خليني انا اخر واحد عشان انا ظلمت الدكتور هشام المره اللي فاتت.
احنا عندنا الدكتور هشام ما نقدرش.
ظلمت الدكتور هشام اخدت وقته المره اللي فاتت. خليني اخر واحد. انا بقول لك خليني اخر واحد.
لا 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 والله لا دكتور عمرو حبيبي يعني لا والله خلاص انا هجري برضه في
لا لا
السلايد مش هطول
لا لا انا خليني اخر واحد.
انا هعمل انا عايزك تشوف
أعمل presentation.
هتنبسط هتنبسط
Nobody will take photos for us.
مش عارف الناس فين هيظهروا دلوقتي المفروض
طب صديقك ده ما ينفعش ياخد لنا صور.
هياخدوا اصل احنا لسه السيشن طويل
جايين يعني.
جايين
يلا سوزان توكل.
بسم الله الرحمن. Hello? You are hearing us? Okay, great. I'm the one who is not hearing. Yeah, this is why.
مين جاي
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for this few minutes delay for some technical requirements, but we will start directly. Today, I have to welcome you to the ICESCO Pavilion for our session today about navigating climate impacts on marine biodiversity and ecosystem for a healthy ocean future. I am Suzanne El-Gharabawi, the Vice President of NAYOF and also the Vice Chair of IOC Africa, and I will be your moderator for today's session. The session is about addressing the growing impacts of climate change on marine biodiversity and ecosystems. We have policies, experts, and scientific background will come together to discuss solutions for protecting ocean health in the face of rising temperature, acidification, and sea level rise. Key discussions will focus on conservation strategies, restoration ecosystems, the importance of marine protected areas, and integrating indigenous knowledge. The goal is to explore collaborative approaches to safeguarding marine life and ensuring a resilient and sustainable future for the ocean, world ocean. In our session today, we had our estimate panelist, Professor Alex Rogers from NOC of the UK, Professor Hisham Al-Askari, representative of the ICESCO here, and also a professor in Chambon University, Professor Amr Hamouda, the president of Marine Hazard Mitigation Center, and my sweet lady, Liliane Krug from Bogo. We will start directly by Professor Alex David Rogers. Professor Alex is the Deputy Director Strategic Science Program and Partnership at the National Oceanographic Centre of UK, and also a visiting professor, Department of Biology, University of Oxford, and Senior Research Fellow in the University of Oxford. Please welcome Dr. Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. It's my job today, I think, to really outline what the impacts of climate change are on the ocean, and then to think a bit about how we can actually tackle these problems. So climate impacts on the ocean come down to three main things. First of all, heating of the ocean, deoxygenation of the water column, and ocean acidification. And these different phenomena have different effects. They're also interlinked. So the reason deoxygenation occurs is because heating of the ocean affects ocean mixing, preventing oxygen from reaching the deeper layers of the ocean, but also warmer water holds less oxygen. So what are the impacts of these phenomena? Well, first of all, ocean heating, as I said, reduces mixing of the surface layers of the ocean with the deeper water layers, a phenomena called stratification. And one of the outcomes of this is a reduction in the primary production of the ocean. And we can see here from the IPCC AR6 report, on the left-hand side, a low emissions scenario, on the right-hand side, a high emissions scenario, and essentially the more purple the colours are in this diagram, the less primary production. So there are two big take-homes from these diagrams. One is that there is a big difference in the impacts on primary production in terms of emissions scenario. So a higher emissions scenario leads to much bigger impacts on primary production, and that essentially primary production drops in low to mid latitudes, but actually increases at high latitudes. One of the impacts of ocean heating on marine life is that it shifts away from the equator and towards the poles. Essentially, as the water gets too warm for species at their equatorward range limit, they shift towards higher latitudes. And this is represented here by this diagram on the left-hand side, again from the IPCC report. And when we actually look at what's happening to species ranges in the ocean, we find that that's exactly what is happening. Marine life is on the move throughout the entire ocean. Heating also actually kills organisms as well, when essentially the temperature of seawater goes beyond the tolerance limits of the organism. One of the key ecosystems in the ocean that's affected by this is, of course, coral reefs. Essentially, when the waters get too warm, the relationship between the coral host and their symbiotic algae breaks down, and the corals eject the algae from their tissues. They actually get most of their nutrition from these algae, and the corals bleach, and then there is a very high mortality of the corals as a result. The graphs here show a projection of the global extent of coral reefs under different climate scenarios and over time. And the graph on the left-hand side is a graph depicting a model of how coral reefs respond if there's no evolutionary adaptation to warming. And on the right-hand side, that depicts a model where there is some adaptation to warming by the corals. But what you can see here, again, is a big difference between high and low emission scenarios. So under high emission scenarios, even with adaptation, we're likely to lose the majority of coral reefs. Coral reefs are not the only ecosystems affected. Heat waves are also destroying seagrass beds and also causing mass mortality of mangrove forests as well. And of course, all of these ecosystems host a huge biodiversity. Something like a quarter of all the world's marine fish species live on coral reefs. And the nurseries for many of these species are the seagrass beds and mangrove forests which lie behind the reefs. Polar ecosystems are also being affected by climate change. In common with both the Antarctic and Arctic is we will see an increase in primary production, because obviously when ice disappears from these habitats, it leaves open water, and that means more room for phytoplankton and seaweed to grow. However, as the waters warm, essentially the temperatures will exceed the thermal limits of many species, which particularly in the Antarctic have evolved over millennia to adapt to very low temperature conditions. So even the change of a degree or 2 degrees can be highly significant for Antarctic marine life. The deep sea is also not immune to climate change. This is an example of some of the work that Southampton has been doing, monitoring a spot on the abyssal sea floor in a place called the Porcupine Abyssal Plain off the UK. And we go out and we've been measuring for decades a whole range of oceanographic variables and also monitoring the marine life living in the water column and on the sea floor. And what's been found over the decades is that there's been a shift in the climate. This is natural climatic variation, part of something called the North Atlantic Oscillation. And over the period we've been monitoring, we've seen a shift from negative oscillation conditions to positive. And the time of transition between these two phases was marked by a burst of warming in the upper ocean. And along the top there, you can see a photograph of the amount of phytodetritus we're collecting year by year at this site. What you see is that phytodetritus level suddenly declines, and then after several years, it begins to increase again. What we see in the seafloor life is big changes in the communities living at 4,000 or 5,000 meters. So some species disappear, some species appear, and some species only appear during the transition period. And the reason for this is that the deep sea floor relies for its food on the ocean surface. So if we look at the deep sea overall, there are many aspects of climate change which are likely to impact the deep sea floor. There are impacts on primary production, which affect the food supply to the deep sea, impacts on oxygen, which are already suppressing the vertical range of species such as high oxygen demand fish like marlins and tuna, and also ocean acidification, which affects deep water coral communities, which again host huge biodiversity. These impacts on biodiversity and marine life are going to have knock-on impacts on the ecosystem services to humans. Some of the first work on this was done on fisheries. And here what we can see are two maps depicting changes in fisheries productivity with climate change. And the red areas here are where we're seeing significant decline in catches. And what you see is that fish are essentially declining in low latitudes, so around the equator, and in high latitudes as, again, thermal limits of species are exceeded. What this means in real terms is that many of the countries which are most dependent on fisheries are going to see a marked decline in their fish catches. And not only is there a decline in catch, but some later work has shown us that fish actually get smaller under rising temperatures and decreasing oxygen levels. So the fisheries catches are getting smaller and the fisheries themselves are declining in production. There are also, of course, impacts on the ecosystem services provided by coastal ecosystems in terms of coastal protection. We know that coral reefs and mangroves provide protection to coastal communities from things like storm surges. So when those ecosystems disappear, then the coast is fully exposed to things like storm surges, which of course are on the increase, again as a result of climate change. So one of the ways we can tackle this is through ecosystem restoration. And this has been looked at now. This is a study by one of the coral reef NGOs. And what they found is that you need a strategy which involves removing local pressures on reefs, so overfishing, pollution, and so on. We also need to reduce emissions to maintain the ocean in a habitable condition for the corals. And we've also actually got to engage in active restoration and rehabilitation. So these are the three pillars of ecosystem restoration. What do we mean by restoration versus rehabilitation? Well, restoration is trying to restore an ecosystem to its previous state. The problem with that is that if the environmental conditions are changing, even if you replant the corals or the seagrasses, then they're going to suffer from mortality again. Rehabilitation aims to future-proof the organisms that you're restoring. This involves a wide range of strategies. We've seen during this COP efforts on using probiotics to improve coral survival with climate change. Genetic modification may be another strategy. And there's a whole host of areas which need to be looked at in this context. The important thing to recognise here is that restoration science is very much in its infancy, and it's something which we need to pour a lot of scientific effort into to work out the best ways of doing it at scale. Nature-based solutions are also an important response to climate change, not just for climate mitigation and adaptation, but also for biodiversity restoration as well. So we see in these diagrams here, classical coastal defences involve things like coastal hardening using breakwaters, barriers, and so on, whereas nature-based solutions involve things like establishing wetlands, which then accumulate sediment and then act to reduce the impact of storm surges, rising sea levels, and so on. And these are really marvellous because really they self-repair themselves and self-maintain, and also they form a coastal green belt, which is fantastic for biodiversity. The deep sea is also now being used as potential mitigation for climate change. Many people are thinking about using marine carbon dioxide removal through a whole host of methods. But there is a big question mark over these approaches. Many of them are very likely to disturb marine ecosystems. They're very likely to have impacts on biodiversity. So again, there is a huge need for science to ensure that any of these geoengineering approaches are actually safe for the ocean. So that's the end of my talk. Just to summarise, climate change impacts are occurring in the ocean through heating, deoxygenation and acidification. The effects are pervasive. They're occurring all over the ocean through all ocean depths. Species ranges and timing of ecological processes are changing. Some marine ecosystems are being restructured or even destroyed. Climate impacts on ecosystems are having significant economic and societal impacts already. Ecosystem restoration is an important strategy for us to restore biodiversity and mitigate and adapt to climate change, and nature-based solutions are fantastic. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for the informative presentations and also for all the insights you have given, especially for the rehabilitation and the restoration. At the same time, we all need the natural-based solution for saving our environment, especially for the coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrasses that are the nursery areas for all the biodiversity. So thank you so much for having you today with us. And now it's time to have Professor Hisham Al-Askari. He is a Professor of Earth System of Science and Remote Sensing at Chambon University and Advisor Director General of the ICESCO. Professor Al-Askari is an Earth system scientist with a major interest in studying natural hazards using different remote sensing technology and data science. He is involved in studying extreme events, air pollution problem over megacities, climate change, and its impact on sea level rise and coral reef for coastal areas. Today, Professor Askari will talk to us about the interplay of the Earth observations and data system addressing marine habitats.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susan, for the kind intro. Yeah, very happy that my presentation actually is falling right after Alex, because I think it will be a continuation of what Alex showed. Like, he gave us all the foundation, he gave us all the science that we need to understand our marine environment, and he gave us all the stressors and the forcing agents, and also, like, a little bit in the way of solutions in terms of rehabilitation and restoration. And I think my presentation is going to be a little bit complementing his work as well, and show you the power of Earth observations and how it can help us to address such meaningful problems and very stressing problems. A very high level intro of Earth observations. You can see the wide range of bands, be it broad, multi, hyper, or ultra spectral. It all depends on what you are trying to look for and what you are trying to look at. So basically, remote sensing is not a panacea. It's not the solution for everything. However, we are trying to address the science question behind the scenes. What are your interests? What is it you are trying to look for? So you can see on the top right here the differentiation between the multispectral approach versus the hyperspectral, which is an advanced technology when it comes to the level of the species identification, and also when we want to work with things that change at very high spectral variability. And this is just a little bit of scientific basis when it comes to chlorophyll content and our understanding of chlorophyll across the different ranges of the spectrum, be it in the visible range, where you can see the two dips in the blue and the green, in the blue and the red, which are known as chlorophyll absorption bands, and you can see the peak in the green spectrum, and then you can see this kind of spike in the infrared and the water drops or the water channels that are following after the fact. So basically, this is like, the kind of the baseline for vegetation patterns. So when it comes to mangroves, if I want to look into that, I need to be aware of such behavior or such variability. If I want to look into vegetation cover on land, I need to be aware of that as well. There are some advances in using hyperspectral when it comes to risk assessment and mitigation for oil spill detection, for tagging and tracing, real-time monitoring, for enhancing emergency response, as well as assessment of spill impact on the marine environment. So you can see, like, this very detailed spectra profile on the top right. You can see the difference between the two spectra when you have a stressor or when you have an oil spill in the water. You can see that kind of variability. Now I'm going to be diving a little bit deep into more biodiversity related applications, and I'm going to be talking namely today about coral reef habitats and how Earth observations can address something like this for us. Some of our work has been recognized by major domains and platforms on NASA Earth Observatory and Landsat domain, where we did some work related to the corals in the Hurghada region and in the Red Sea area, as well as in some parts of the Pacific, where we were looking and applying high classification and deep learning methodologies ranging from random forest to SVM to CART and others, in order to create a probability map for the distribution of corals, because mapping the corals or having a classifier layer is not an easy task to be done. And this is like, the kind of the differentiation or the comparison between some cases before and after when it comes to the coral reef habitats in the Hurghada region. I'm just giving you highlights for now, and then we are going to dive a little bit deeper into some approaches, some methodologies for specific regions in the Red Sea. This is again like the study that we did over the Red Sea, like 3 different major regions: the Gulf of Aqaba, Luj, as well as Al-Wajh, 3 different regions on the Saudi side of the Red Sea. That we looked into, like different kind of classifiers, looking into the probability distribution, as well as doing some projections, as Alex mentioned when he shared with us the assessment report 6 and some of the climate projections. So this is the basis of what we're doing, and here at the bottom we are showing some intercomparison of accuracy and assessment, looking into drivers which might be affecting the marine environment, mainly the sea surface temperature. And this is here, we are going to be diving a little bit deeper into the Red Sea coast, as you can see here. And when it comes to high resolution mapping of corals, or when it comes to coral habitats, the accuracy of the observations play a major role. Like, the accuracy in terms of spatial, spectral, and temporal. It's very, very important. That's why we are trying to acquire some very high resolution satellite images in these regions, and we subdivided them into areas, as you can see, for the coverage and for the acquisition. Sometimes we do some kind of tasking, and some other times we might have data available from the archives. It all depends on the accessibility. And there are some environmental factors that we are really looking into and try to see how Earth observations can address those variables, and how we can really understand the evolution of these variables and their kind of variability and the change across the time domain. And you can see here in not specific orders, like salinity levels, temperature variability, water clarity, different kind of geological activity and biodiversity hotspots. All of these are different kind of factors that we get as what are the major drivers affecting the marine environment, and we put it in weighted overlay model in order to see the probability and in order to see the importance of different kind of variables. Then we start diving into different kind of Earth observations domain, ranging from Landsat to Sentinel to even higher resolution Worldview and Pallades and other platforms. Bathymetry important when it comes to understanding the marine environment, as well as the one on the right hand side, which is a false color composite coming from Sentinel bands at 10-meter resolution. And you can see much, but you don't see a lot, and we are putting it as false color composite in order to map and highlight coral environment in that part of the image. But we did an assessment on what should be the different kind of observations, what are the most important satellites that can be used for fine habitat mapping classification. And we put a criteria, like, if I want to work with Worldview 2 or 3 or Pallades or GeoEye or Spot 4 to 7, these are different platforms that provide different kind of resolutions, but it is way more important to understand what are the spectral variability and the spectral windows of these sensors, because based on that you can tell what kind of variables you can be looking at, and the selection of the data sets or the selection of the sensors that you work with is very, very important. You can see here 2 satellite images compared comparing intercomparison between Sentinel on the top and the Pallades, which is at 30 centimeters resolution, something like, out of this world. It's really super high resolution, and you can see the difference for that box that we are highlighting in the middle image that has a yellow tinge on the top, and you can see when you zoom into it, like you can see the resolution and how it is pixelized from Sentinel. On the difference, you can see what you are getting from the 30 centimeters resolution imagery on the bottom, and you can see the difference. The good thing here is that our capability of fine-tuning different kind of bands. So I have bands in the deep blue, in the green, in the red edge, and the near infrared, and each one of these bands is kind of crucial to address one of those variables that we spoke about in terms of clarity, in terms of shallow water or deep water, in terms of chlorophyll content, in terms of blooming, in terms of primer productivity, nutrition, and different kind of variables that we are going to be interested in looking at. The image on the far right is the true color composite of what you are seeing in this region that we selected in order to do some kind of intercomparison with Sentinel. And from this analysis, we are trying to create different kind of spectral indices. For instance, like the band ratio between the deep blue and the near infrared, in order to delineate the island, the shoreline. So it's important for us when we carry out our classification, you need to be very digitally oriented and to make sure that you are not getting any kind of pixels which might mess up your classification. So land masking is very, very important, and the selection of specific habitats is very important for such a classification. You can see the other metric on the right-hand side, which is showing you the distribution of the mangroves across the region of interest that we are looking at. And based on the different kind of spectral variability, we were able to calculate the normalized difference coral index, which discriminate the coral reef density. You can see the coral habitats at very high resolution, as you can see on the left-hand side, showing you the coral density. And of course, you can do an acquisition of some historical or archival data, and with very high accuracy on the region, you can assess in terms of coverage, in terms of volume, in terms of aerial distribution, the changes and the hotspots, and you can identify areas which might be under stress, and you can identify what might be the surrounding stressors around these areas. Then you apply different kind of image analysis techniques, like namely principal component and variable decomposition and whatnot. So in order to highlight some of these changes or variabilities. Hyperspectra is another technology that we are looking into. You can see here some images which are extracted through that. Before and after correction of sun glints, which one of the issues that we usually face. All of that, we are always guided by the Sustainable Development Goals, looking into marine environment or looking life underwater, life on land, whatever. But we are always guided by Sustainable Development Goals, and we use the SDGs for like for Earth observations. You can see here on the right-hand side different kind of indicators, and you can see the goals and the indicators that we use, which are Earth-based or satellite or remote sensing based. So all the numbers that you are seeing in this table on the right-hand side are indicators which can be driven or can be calculated or can be observed or can be identified using satellite technology and Earth observations. And this is quite intriguing, because now it's not only about the level 1 taxonomy of SDGs, but you can really dive deeper into higher levels of taxonomy when it comes to SDGs. And this is really important. I have few other things in terms of monitoring when it comes to the marine environment, and you want to monitor what Alex was talking about. So you can have here, like, data portals that we create in terms of sea surface temperature variability, as you can see on the left-hand side, which is very important driver to and one of the most important forcing agents to this kind of climate variability. On the right-hand side, the animation, I'm not sure if it's working or not. Probably not, but it is working now. So it's showing you the anomalous variability over different domains. So I can select a region at a global level, and then I can zoom into that domain, that circle. Like, it's not very high resolution, but the good thing about it, it provides you with a historical record, like, all the way from the 1800s all the way till now. The very interesting thing that you can see now on the right hand side in the bottom, you can see the red histograms, the red bars, which is a representation of the continuous and constant warming anomaly that we have been observed over the Mediterranean basin for the past 3 decades. So the temperature of the Mediterranean has been increasing by around 2.5 degrees Celsius over the last 30 years, which is quite alarming. And it's expected, and maybe Alex can agree with me on that, it's expected that the Mediterranean is going to increase by 5 towards the end of the century with business as usual. So this is a very alarming factor that we are seeing right here in front of us, which is those red histograms in the bottom right panel, which shows us a constant anomalous warming behavior over the Mediterranean for the past few decades. Ocean modeling is a very important factor, and what Alex was talking about in terms of nutrition, which will affect our fisheries. This is a clear case here. We're showing you some long-range transport of dust coming from Sahara, going from eastern desert, and going to the Red Sea. And you can see the dynamics in the water. You can see 2 cyclones, and this is where we call it the eddy dipole. You can see counterclockwise and clockwise. You can see these 2 motions happening because of the dust invasion into the water domain, and you can see creating these 2 dipoles, or these 2 cyclonic behaviors represent the upwelling and the downwelling. So basically this is a clear case of showing the impact on the nutrition cycle, like, having nutrients brought from the bottom to the top, or the other way around, based on any kind of dust deposition loaded with fungus spores, sulfates, whatever. So here is a clear case of looking how you can use observations and modeling to address nutrition cycle. Some other observations from mangrove habitats. We did some work on Njobel conservation, which was highlighted big time on Landsat Science domain, and our paper was published in Ecological Indicators and got coverage in Bloomberg BNA, where we were mapping mangroves, identifying their hectares under the pressures of high tides and low tides, identifying regions, differentiating between mangroves and seagrass. And the good thing about this slide here, it's showing you what kind of indicators at a very high level from the SDGs that you are able to target. So when I'm saying 15.3.1, so it shows you the tier of the classification, which is very, very important when it comes to SDGs reporting. That's very important part, tier 3 or tier 1 or tier 1. Tier 1, the majority of nations are able to do it, but when it goes to tier 3, these are the things that not necessarily everybody is able to report on, and Earth observation is able to help us along these domains. This is just like, being an academic, and Alex would agree with me on that. We love to brag about our publications, our papers. So these are two publications in the ecological indicators, looking also into nutrition habitats for sea turtles and the impact of El Nino and La Nina on these nursing domains. Looking into the vegetation, the precipitation impacts, and being affected by ENSO across the domain, and doing some kind of monitoring and protection for the domain. And again, highlighting, I try all the time to connect what we are working on together with the indicators of the SDGs. So this is just a glimpse of some of the work that we are doing in terms of monitoring and protection for the marine habitats, namely for the sea turtles environment, coastal variability of different kind of islands, looking into marine environment, looking into corals, seagrass, and mangroves, and just showing the power of observations and modeling. And I think that that concludes my presentation, and thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Hisham, for the nice informative presentation, but at the same time by emphasize more about the satellite images, and you give us a huge idea about what you are doing in the modeling, and also what the projects you have did for the coral reefs, for the biodiversity, like the turtles you have said. And also I like the idea that you had connected everything to the SDGs. That's what we need to do during this ocean decade. Thank you so much, Professor Hisham. And now we will have Dr. Liliane Krug. She is a scientific coordinator of a partnership for observation of the global ocean, BOGO. Liliane, in this capacity, she leads initiatives in ocean research and monitoring across BOGO's international network, coordinating practical training programs for early career ocean scientists with a practical focus on supporting researchers from developing regions. And thank you, Liliane, for that. Dr. Krug's work is instrumental in building a global capacity for ocean science, critical for advancing climate change research and promoting sustainable ocean management. Liliane will talk to us about the importance of observations for monitoring climate impacts on ocean health and biodiversity. Please welcome Dr. Liliane Krug.
Thanks, Susan. I also am happy to be right after Professor Rogers and Professor Al-Akari, because Professor Rogers' presentation showed us how important it is to observe the impacts of climate change in the ocean. And Professor Al-Zakari's presentation shows a great example of how these ocean observations are helping us gather information on that. And so please be patient because I have too many things in my hand. Oh, no, these are my notes. How can? Oh, sorry.
I can do it.
There you go.
You can say next.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so next, please. So as we saw in Professor Rogers' presentation, the ocean, it's a major player in Earth's system by the many services it provides and how it connects climate and biodiversity and carbon and water cycles. And it's not only that, but it's also strongly linked to human well-being, providing all sorts of services to us. And it also showed how the ocean is in the front line of climate change impacts, how it's being affected, and how it's a threat to biodiversity and to coastal communities all around. So to protect the ocean and these communities and biodiversity, we must understand the scale and nature of these impacts. And next, please, Susan. So effective climate action starts with ocean data. And that's where a robust and integrated ocean observing system comes to play. Not only the advancements in technology allow us to observe essential ocean climate and biodiversity variables. And as we saw on Professor Al-Zakari, satellites are potent tools for that. But we also have other autonomous platforms and our workforce. Hello? Yeah. Okay, that can support our observation. And these are required in different temporal and spatial scales, and spectral. Exactly. Yeah, so in order for us to understand ocean health and dynamics and how they respond to anthropogenic impacts, and to provide scientific evidence so stakeholders can take action. Next, please, Susan. So that's where my organization comes in. The Partnership for Observation of the Global Ocean is an international consortium of 56 major oceanographic institutions, which both NIOF and NOC are members of. And we have our mission of advancing ocean observations for the benefit of science and society. So with our members' combined expertise, experience, and infrastructure, provide a unique capability to design, operate, and innovate the critical components of global ocean observing system. Next, please. Okay, so some of the areas that POGO put their efforts on, it's on innovating and low-cost strategies for allowing all nations to implement their observing systems and join this global effort. In terms of innovative technologies and approaches, I would like to cite the automatization of biomolecular observations with the Ocean Biomolecular Observing Network, which is a UN Decade Ocean and endorsed program, and the development of low-cost technologies for passive acoustic monitoring, which allows us to monitor biodiversity, invasive species impacts, and also rainfall over the ocean, which gives us a new insights on water cycles as well. And we also support monitoring climate change impacts on coastal ecosystems, which are essential providers for biodiversity and human livelihood. Next, please. In addition to that, POGO places a strong emphasis on capacity building. In particular, our POGO and our partners offer hands-on training programs to early career scientists, especially from developing countries, because these are the regions that are mostly affected by threats and have limited support to address it. So to this date, POGO has provided training to over 1,300 scientists from 96 countries. And our trainees have the opportunity to work close with experienced researchers, building their professional relationships and fostering international collaboration. Next, please. Yeah, so collaboration is key for us to, and cannot be overstated. And with global challenges require global solutions, but also regional focus is also important. And in addition, we have to take into consideration the coastal indigenous communities, that can bring their knowledge to this context. Their communities have observed and adapted to environmental changes for centuries, and their insights are invaluable to provide us context and guidance. So integrating traditional knowledge, we can create a more holistic and effective approach as well. So as we look forward to a healthy ocean future, where marine ecosystems are resilient, biodiversity is protected, and the vital services are preserved for generations, we must have ambitious objectives. So we need more marine protected areas where endangered species can seek shelter. We need to restore damaged habitats, hopefully with natural-based solutions, such as the seagrasses and mangroves that Professor Rogers mentioned, because they play a key role in carbon sequestration and they provide essential habitats. And we also need to strengthen our monitoring networks to build comprehensive picture of the ocean health that supports policy decisions. Next, please. That's my final slide. So in conclusion, monitoring systems are the foundation upon which we build sustainable ocean policies and sustainable monitoring. So expanding these efforts, especially in vulnerable regions like developing countries and the small island development states, we need to gain insight into the climate's impact on marine biodiversity. And we also need collaborations in all levels, from international alliances to simple initiatives in local communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lilian, for your presentation and sharing with us the activities you did in Bogo. And as you mentioned, Nayuf and Nok are parts of Noga, and we are so happy to be part of your network and working together. Another thing I need to thank you a lot about is the initiatives you offered for the students and the ECOPs, especially from the developing countries, because this is really help, and we have a lot of students that have benefited from your initiatives, and we need to thank you about this. Thank you. And just we said we started with the ecosystems and the introductory, then we talk about the satellite images and its benefits, and then the in situ observations and ocean observations. And now it comes to conclude with Professor Amr Hamouda, the president of the Marine Hazard Mitigation Center and the vice chair of IOC of UNESCO. Professor Hamouda is also the focal point of Decade implementing partner of the UN Ocean Decade in Africa and the focal point for NIAM TWS Tsunami Early Warning System in Egypt, and a member of the Africa Ocean Decade Task Force, and a member for the Data Boy Cooperation Panel for Observations and Capacity Development. Professor Hamouda will talk to us about a case study from Egypt we have did in our institution about rehabilitation of coral reef in some devastated areas in the Red Sea of Hurghada. Please welcome Professor Hamouda.
Thank you, Dr. Suzanne, for nice represented for me. Thanks. And I'm very happy that we are here with my colleague in Brandary here. And thanks for Dr. Shaman Askari and also for Nok for this and Bogo for the end. Thank you for your nice presentation. But I needed to tell, I'm not, I know that we have a short time. The time is finished. But we needed to tell what we are doing in our center in marine hazard with cooperation with IOC in UNESCO, and what we're doing about that. We are for represented. We are using the satellite image to understand what is going on, but on the field, on the situ, we are using another technique. We are using the sound wave. Sound wave is like the light wave, so we can make analysis. We can use side scan sonar, and we can use the echo of sound, and we can analysis to detection the map of the distribution of the coral reef along the Red Sea. So we have a real data, and we have compare about that. We have also mini station about to can analysis water quality, and this is we can done as seasonal. So all of these data we can use program, easy program, which is a 4-dimension. We have data for what is the map of the ground. We have a data about what is an equipment in the ground, and also from the sound we can detection where is the bleaching coral reef. So this is a new technique which will be working about that. So we can detection the area which is bleaching because they reflect different sound. So from this, we can observe it on the ground, and from the analysis of the processing of the software, I don't have a slide to represent that. So from this, we can make a map for the distribution of the coral reef. What is the seabed characteristic map about? The third point, we can analysis of the reflection from the frequency which is reflected from the sound from the coral reef to analysis where is the area which have a different characteristic from reflection. From that, we can observe it by ROV to detection this is processing is right or not. So we are making compare between processing and software, and from the analysis reflection from the sound, and will be clarified by the ROV to detection this is the area reflected for this and this. And will be repeated in the another area to clear about the analysis of this reflection of the sound wave. So I needed to thank you, all of you, and thank Dr. Suzanne, and I needed to represent that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hamouda, for sharing with us the studies you have did in your center in Egypt for Marine Hazard Mitigation Center. And I know that you have did this project for rehabilitation using some steels, and you built artificial reefs in Egypt for these devastated areas, which is very, very nice. And we have to thank you about that. Now we come to the end of the session, and I need to thank all of our panelists, Dr. Professor Alex Rogers from NOC, and Professor Amr Hamouda from MHMC, and Dr. Lilian from Bogo, and Professor Hisham Al Askari. Thank you so much, and we will take a group photo and end this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I can't hear myself.
Yeah, push the white button.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, that you are here in person or you're following us online. Welcome to this session, which will more specifically focus on nature-based solution for climate resilience. This session will explore how nature-based solutions can serve as effective strategies for climate resilience, especially in regions facing severe environmental degradation. It's organized by IUCN together with ICESCO, and we are very happy to collaborate and partner with ICESCO on this, and we also look forward to continue collaborating in the upcoming UNCCD COP. The session will also highlight tools and instruments that can help understanding the dynamics and functioning of ecosystems, the risks, the challenges that are facing our ecosystems, and how those could be integrated in the planning, in the implementation of nature-based solutions to address climate resilience. Let me mention, before I welcome my panelists, just a couple of facts here. We are aware that climate change is a reality. We are facing it already. We are living it every day. Ecosystems are collapsing. Biodiversity is being lost than ever before. But also people's livelihoods is extremely under pressure, including means of living, food security, water security, and other opportunities that we all depend on. Nature-based solution absolutely can provide and support to address these challenges, both adaptation but also climate mitigation. So I'm very privileged here this morning to have a great panel. And this panel, I call it great because I know both speakers, and I know how knowledgeable they are in their different fields of work. Angela Andrade, she is the chair of IUCN Commission of Ecosystem Management and have been behind several scientific tools, including nature-based solution standard, but also the Red List of Ecosystem standard and related tools. She's also a mostly climate scientist, and have worked in many parts of the world. I'm also happy to have Professor Hesham El Askari, who have many years of experience, not only in the academic, but also in research, focusing on remote sensing, but also Earth systems, and how data and information can actually help to address climate change issues. So we will start with Professor Hesham El Askar, who will share with us how Earth observation science can actually help us to understand the nexus, the links between climate change, biodiversity loss, but also how do we use Earth science in planning better, understanding better how to deploy nature-based solutions. After, we would follow with Angela, who would discuss and share with us how actually nature-based solution evolved, but also how do we integrate both ecosystem and nature-based solution to address climate change issues. I would hand over back to you, Professor.
Thank you so much, Charles, for being here and for the very kind introduction and for the partnership with the IUCN on this, in my opinion, one of the most important sessions that I personally contributed to. I'm very happy to be here with you and with Angela, and I know the level of knowledge and the wealth of information that you guys have under your belt, and it's quite happy to be here. I'm gonna be skimming, I'm gonna use my technical hat or my academic hat in this session, just to share with you some of the advances of Earth observations when it comes to ecosystems and when it comes to biodiversity for some land ecosystems. And I'm just gonna be skimming through some slides, but pretty fast. And hopefully to show you the power of observations when it comes to soil classification and to different kind of plant species as well. Very briefly, I used this slide before to talk about different regions of the spectrum when it comes to broad, multi, hyper, or ultra spectra, but you can see the power of spectral variability. When we are comparing between multispectral satellites or multispectral information versus hyperspectral, and the wealth of information that can be collected from that. This is a very typical diagram that we use for vegetation types, for vegetation in environment, where you can see how different regions of the spectrum correspond to different factors which are controlling the plant or the vegetation cycle. So if I want to talk about the phenology, if I want to talk about stress, if I want to talk about infection, if I want to talk about the droughts or chlorophyll productivity or any of these kind of things which can be tackled or can be addressed using satellite information. This is a very nice representation, but unfortunately it's in Arabic language. But here we are showing some innovative solutions for the Green Saudi initiative that has been identified using satellite technology. How we can talk about plant monitoring, how we can talk about biodiversity identification, the impact or the different kind of environmental variability, combating desertification, and soil classification. These are the 5 bullet points that you see in front of you. And here is a wide range of applications when it comes to agriculture, crop monitoring, yield estimation, tree counting, disease detection, forestry, invasive species detection, crop health, and plant stress. So all of this are different kind of applications which are related to the green vegetation cover or to land ecosystems that can be tackled with. I'm gonna skip this slide; doesn't fit here. But this one here is a campaign that we did in one of the royal reserves in Saudi, showing the power of hyperspectral sensing. These are some videos showing the team on the ground, deploying our drones in order to do some kind of mapping, as well as we have botanists on the ground in the back image there, in order to do the taxonomy and do the classification on the ground. And then we collect our samples, we create our own spectral libraries in order to address different kind of species. So you can see here the team on the ground collecting samples, and we are using our gun to get the spectral reflectance in order to build our library that we use after that, for the drone classification. These are some plants, for example, from the botanists on the ground, giving you the taxonomy, the location, the scientific name, the local name, the family. So when I'm talking with an ecosystem ecologist, we are talking about species at that level, which will be very interesting for you guys. Here, same thing, another spot, another location, point T2, showing you the classification of that plant. Same thing, T19, and so on and so forth. And all of that for the sake of creating a spectral library, and I end up with profiles like this. So here you have 19 different spectral profile, which corresponds to 19 different vegetation type, 19 different plants with different species. Like some of them are very, very similar families. You can see here 2 invasive species. I cannot even pronounce the scientific name. Anja might help me here, but you can see T13 and T14 are basically the same exact vegetation type. The only difference, one of them is wet or is a bit healthy, and the other is quite dry, and they are in the same environment, the same habitat, but you can see the difference in their spectral profile to identify the difference in their vegetation cover or in their healthiness. And now you can use drone in order to map something like this, and publications in that regard using the power of hyperspectral sensing in that regard. I want to show you some kind of information that we use for turtle habitat locations, and to look into the dynamics of changing coastal areas and how this can affect not marine environment, how it can affect sea turtle habitats and the breeding and all of that. So we use observations in order to see the coastal variability, the change in the islands, the change in the nursing habitats, and how sea level rise, how tides can affect that, can affect the turtles ecosystem. Like across time, you can get the power of a change across the time domain from 2016 until recent, and even before that. So you can identify hotspots, and you can look into the shorelines and how they are changing across time, and you can end up with coastal a coastal vulnerability index map, which can show you, like, the different kind of classes which will suffer from different kind of stressors. So this is just a way of looking into how Earth observations, like in this case, for instance, here, NDVI, for instance. I think the slides are just advancing automatically, that's why. I see. Long-term change in the vegetation pattern to look into the breeding domains. The power of drones, like, when we have drone campaigns like this, and we are taking different kind of images, even for seedling countings. You can see here in these images for the first spot, which is in cyan color, going to the second one, going to the third one. So these are the different 3 scenes, and you can see how this images with different kind of observations from surface models and relief and the orthophotos. We put that in deep learning modules in order to do this learning and to do the classification for the object detection, buildings versus seedlings versus cars, and so on and so forth. So even for the seedling counting, like, for if you want to assess, if you want to see the numbers, all of that can be done using the power of Earth observations, and you display all of that in dashboards like this. We did some approaches before on baboons in Saudi Arabia, and also use the power of drones, different kind of models, as you can see, and you can run the ensemble model in order to minimize your false positives. I'm gonna dive deep a little bit in another application where we use the power of Earth observations to do soil classification and habitat mapping. And here I'm going to show you a case study for Imam Turk Reserve using machine learning. So I highlighted in this slide here 2 regions, like, in red and blue, where we are going to do some kind of land measurements, so that we can do better classification of the location. You can see here on the top right, this is the base map for the location in terms of soil classification. So this is the soil classification for one of the 2 regions I showed you before, and this is what we did using principal component analysis when it's applied on Sentinel-2 multispectral data at 20 meters resolution. So we use the 20-meter resolution, we apply principal component analysis in order to get a little bit of higher resolution or higher accuracy in terms of soil classification. Not only that, but then we use principal component analysis as another technique on the emit data, which is hyperspectral at 60-meter resolution. So I have 20 meters resolution from Sentinel. I have 60 meters resolution from emit. However, the difference here that the emit is providing you with 200 plus bands. So now you have the power of spectrum together with the power of high resolution from Sentinel. We try to do data fusion using Schmidt-Graham, one of the techniques like pan sharpening, so that I end up with a higher resolution map from both of them, and then you can run your classification like this. So you can see here, this is the soil classification based on the PCA of EMET hyperspectral imagery using random forest, and you can see the accuracy all the way to 90%, as compared to another classification which is using Sentinel-2 at 83%. But the moral of the story here, that you can see the comparison between the kind of the conventional methodologies, and when you apply really high resolution satellite imagery, you can see the difference in the soil types and the appearance as compared to the original image. Another case very fast here. This is also a soil classification map for the second location that I mentioned. You can see the different kind of classes. They look kind of very coarse, right? Like you don't see much details in this soil classification map, but when you apply the same methodology that I mentioned before, doing PCA on the multispectral on Sentinel only, even for the Sentinel at 20 meters resolution, you can see the level of details that you are getting in this domain. And when you do the same thing for the EMET 60 meters but higher spectral resolution, you get different layers of information. And then we do the Schmidt pen sharpening and the data integration between both the hyperspectral and the multispectral, so you get the power of spatial resolution as well as the power of spectral domain. And when you do the classification, same thing here. You can see on the one on the top, which is the soil classification based on the EMET at 87% accuracy, and the one below on Sentinel at 82%. And you can see just the two maps on the left and compare them visually with the class type that you have on the right hand side. You can see the level of details and how much difference you can get into the soil classification, which will definitely affect you dramatically in the habitat mapping later on, and any kind of nature-based solutions or any kind of ecological work that needs to be done. Of course, when we do all of this work here, I'm just showing you the outputs of this classification methodologies. All of this work requires field check, and this is the weighted overlay model where we use the different kind of classes, and then we highlight spots that needs to be monitored, to be visited, so that you collect some kind of sampling, and then you add it to your models, learn again from it, so that you can correct your habitat or your soil classification. So this is just a very high level glimpse of how the power of Earth observations and data science can help you in soil mapping, in habitat identification. And I'm sure that Angela can educate us more about how we can tie all of this into the world of ecology or different kind of ecosystems, and looking from an ecologist point of view. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think, as you rightly said, it's very important to connect the dots here. We are looking at how do you address climate change, increase resilience of people and ecosystems. And I don't think it's possible to do that without really using data and Earth observation science, but also combining with other field methods. So in the next presentation, I think, Angela, you have worked a lot on nature-based solution, but also connects with this discussion now we are having on understanding the habitat, the ecosystem using science. You also led the work on red list of ecosystem. We will hand over back to you to connect the dots, and probably if you could also by then share some of the examples on how do we really use and work with nature to increase resilience to climate change.
Thanks a lot, Charles, and thank you, ICESCO, for the invitation to participate in this event. In this session, I will walk you through some of the two main knowledge products that IUCN has developed under the Commission on Ecosystem Management, and will present how they can be used for building resilience of communities and ecosystems to address climate change impacts. So I'm myself from Colombia. I will present you a case study from Colombia where we managed to combine these two knowledge products, and through those I will explain how they can contribute to achieve the objectives of building both resilience of ecosystems and people, and also possibilities to link our work with what we just heard from you, Professor, on the use of remote sensing, because this is very, very useful for monitoring, but also for understanding what's going on in our ecosystems. So since the adoption of the ecosystem approach by the Convention on Biological Diversity, the IUCN and specifically the Commission has been working on the development and implementation of two main global standards. One is the Red List of Ecosystems, and the other one that was adopted in 2020 is the Nature-Based Solutions standard that aims to address multiple societal challenges in an integrated manner, and the Red List main objective is to assess the status of the ecosystems, something that is extremely relevant to understand and to prioritize areas of work and understanding also what is happening with ecosystems. So the Red List of Ecosystems adopted in 2014 by IUCN is a global standard to assess ecosystem risk. And this is something that we are building in and trying to compile assessments from all over the world in a way that we can really establish the current risk of ecosystems in different countries, in different biomes, in different territories. And this work is being combined with another tool recently developed that is the Global Ecosystem Typology that integrates all the classification systems and for the first time provides an integrated method to assess and to identify and classify the ecosystems and biomes all over the world using a functional approach. The functional approach means that we are not only interested in the features that happen in the ecosystem, but also and mainly the connections and the relationships that are happening between species, between soils, between biotic and abiotic elements, and of course humans that are the ones who are transforming the ecosystems. So the main criteria that we use to assess the status of ecosystems are: one is the reduction in the geographical distribution. The second is the restricted ecosystem distribution. This applies to some of the main ecosystems that we discuss in this area of work, because these ecosystems are endemic from the Andes. These occur only above 3,500 meters in 5 Andean countries. Then the third is about the rates of environmental degradation for natural and anthropogenic nature. The fourth is about the rate of decline in biotic processes and species iterations. And the fifth is a quantitative assessment of these interactions. This is very relevant because this standard was developed in a similar way than the Red List of Species that many of you know and use them for the last 60 years. This year is the 60th anniversary of the Red List of Species, with the main difference that the species get extinct but ecosystems collapse. And when ecosystems collapse, we are addressing a new world, a new environment. And this is what is happening in many areas of the world with climate change, but also with increasing land use change and the lack of practicing good and sound land uses in the territories. So measuring the state of ecosystem risk is critical for prioritizing actions at national level, at subnational level, and at global level. So you see here all the criteria that are used and the recent guidelines that we launched that includes one specific chapter on climate change. So I'm not going in much detail with the presentation of the RLE because we have extensive work that you can check it at the IUCN website, and also the specific linkages to the global ecosystem typology and the red list assessments, where we have covers one part of the world, but we are working in new areas like the Arabic Peninsula, for example, and others, trying to expand the adoption of the red list assessment in those countries. So the other one is the IUCN Nature-Based Solutions Global Standard that was adopted also by IUCN 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. And we adopted a definition that is adopted by several international conventions, including the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Convention on Desertification, and today, that is the Nature Day, we are also promoting and informing about the work on NBS, because it's, in our view, the most integrated tool to address in an integrated manner the main societal challenges that we have for sustainability. So this definition was adopted by IUCN members together with a set of principles, and then we developed a global standard that was developed based on an extensive consultation with experts and practitioners in the field for a period of over 2 years. And so I'm going to present how these two initiatives were combined to assess the risk that we have in my country, in Colombia. So if you see, based on this map, this is the result of the risk assessment, and you see in red, yellow, or orange ecosystems that are highly vulnerable because due to different factors. The ones that perhaps you don't see due to the scale, but in the Andean range, that is in the eastern part of the country, is an area where we have these endemic ecosystems that we call paramos and high Andean ecosystems, that due to climate change, they are becoming highly vulnerable because the minimum temperature is rising, but also the rainfall patterns are changing completely. So these ecosystems are very relevant because they provide water. And the capital city of Colombia and the main cities of the country depend on the ecosystem services provided by those areas. And so if we lack of water, we have to really look for different alternatives, not only for the cities, but also for the populations that depend on these ecosystem services. So this, in addition to the classification that is very much aligned with was presented in the previous presentation, we also, our classification is not just based on land cover, land use, or soil features, but we are interested more in understanding the connections and the relationships between all these elements. And so these models are also relevant for our analysis. The global standard of NBS, as I mentioned, addresses 7 societal challenges that we all know that are relevant: climate change adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity loss, ecosystem degradation, human health, water security, food security. But all of the ones that we were addressing with the NBS standard depend on the health of the ecosystems. So if we are losing the ecosystem integrity and losing the possibility of having these ecosystems in good health, we will be losing the capacity to bring ecosystem services for the benefit of the populations. So the IUCN Global Standard includes 8 criteria that are critical to perform in an integrated manner these 7 societal challenges that are critical. So this is part of the let's say the core of the NBS definition, and also the way in which we implement it in the field. And why we develop these standards, both I would say the red list and the MBS, because it's a way to make sure that we are across the world following similar procedures, that we can compare, that we can relate, that we can really adapt to different regions, to different socioeconomic contexts. And so in the case of the global standard of MBS, I mentioned that it was a result of a very extensive consultation. So I will refer very quickly to some of the key criteria that are relevant for implementing the MBS standard, because this is the one that includes the information that is produced by the red list assessment, but connects this information with the main challenges that we have to solve to really have sustainability. So the first criteria is the one that is more related to the explanation and the documentation of the societal challenges. If we are dealing with climate change, for example, we need to follow all the process of carrying out vulnerability assessments, climate risk assessments, because these are the entry points to really focus on the particularities of any initiative or intervention based on climate change. The second criteria is refers to the need to focus on the scale, because depending on the scale, we are really indicating the most important criteria, elements that we need to take into account. And but the MBS standard is more bottom-up, so in a way that is community-led, that is it aims to really understand the socio-ecological interactions at landscape level. So it goes from the landscape to higher levels, but also aims to link and seek for integration and synergies across sectors. I will explain that in more detail later. And also under this criteria, the risk identification and management is critical. So here, again, the element of climate change is present, because risk assessments are usually developed at landscape level. The third criteria is very important, because this one links what I presented previously, that is the reference to biodiversity, and connects and aims that any intervention under the title of MBS should really demonstrate that there is a gain net in biodiversity, but also ecosystem integrity. That is a critical element that has been raised by the Convention on Biological Diversity, by the Paris Agreement, and it requires, and in this case, the assessment that we carried out with the red list has to be monitored on a periodic basis. So to arrive to the classification that we had, we use something that perhaps can be called as retrospective monitoring, because we use satellite imageries from previous years to really assess the level of transformation of the ecosystems. But for the future, we need periodic assessments, especially on areas that are critical. So here we see many opportunities to combine and to improve the capacity to monitor what we have. The criteria 5 is about the need to promote inclusive, transparent, and empowering governance. This is one of the elements where socioeconomic and political sciences are more relevant, because we need to guarantee the participation of all the sectors, to be inclusive with all social groups, to be respectful and consider human rights in all the process and assess together the rights and interests of the different sectors and stakeholders that are present in any territory, and also to make sure that the decisions are also inform and discuss with people living in affected jurisdictions, because usually ecosystems, they are connected, and what we do in one area is affecting people living in another area. The criteria 6 is about trade-offs, and trade-offs is extremely relevant because it's a permanent balance on the existing impacts on the actions that we are implementing. There are no actions that have no impact on the socioeconomic or ecological environment. Whatever we do provides positive things, but also negative things that need to be balanced. And these happen at the ecological level, at the social level, at the economic, in the economic sphere. In many cases, we implement actions that are beneficial in the short term against long-term revenues for future generations. So this criteria is about that. So in our case, going back to the case of my country that I presented, in the Andean region, with climate change, we foresee that there will be important changes in water distribution, and so the possibility to keeping the integrity of these areas is becoming an important issue for the government and for the population. In cities like Bogota, we have more than 8 million people. So we also carried out, together with these eco-hydrological assessments, an integrated assessment of the performance of the farms, local farms. And so we arrived to what we call the ecological adaptive structure, that is the desired land uses in a territory based on the requirements to keep and recover the ecosystem integrity in those areas. So this provides, let's say, the ideal situation if we want to recover this integrity in the long term. So this is, and actions that we implement in the field are focused on ecological restoration to reduce the impacts on water regulation. So all these assessments give us an approach to prioritize areas where we need to restore and revegetate the most important areas for water storage and for water provision. So we can also use the tools that you presented to monitor the restoration success of the interventions using drones and using different tools. We also have examples at farm level of the actions that are implemented to make sure that we are reducing the impacts of water changes and developing agroecological systems at the farm level. So all these are ways to transform the land uses, existing land uses that are mainly focused on pasture and potato productions, into other agroecological systems that have a full variety of new products. And efficient use of water, of course, implementing new alternatives for local communities, establishing small ponds or ways to gather rainfall water at farm level. So with those actions, we expect really that communities are really building their resilience. So these two instruments that have been developed within IUCN really help identify priority areas for intervention and high-quality adaptation actions that build resilience for the benefit of communities. Also, the red list, as I mentioned, complements vulnerability assessments that are the ones typical from any climate adaptation initiative, and adding the element of the need to address ecosystem collapse, because, as I mentioned, when ecosystem collapses, we address a new world, when we don't understand really what is happening, and so the levels of uncertainty will increase. MBS also requires interventions that lead to biodiversity net gain and maintain or build ecosystem integrity in areas that are degraded. The combination of RLE and MBS bridges the gap between biodiversity conservation and climate change actions in the field. And early and MPS contribute to biodiversity conservation and climate actions, as well as other SDGs, including poverty eradication, securing food, water, and others. And finally, early and MPS contribute to high-quality interventions that last over the time and reducing possibilities of trade-offs for ecosystem management and for human well-being. So with this summary, I think it's an example to link these tools, and I will be happy to discuss later on about possibilities of connecting with the best use of these remote sensing tools that you just presented. Thank you.
Thank you. This is really rich. I just want to reflect on a couple of points from the first presentation and the role of the Earth observation science in helping our ecosystems being much more resilient. And I think we have a saying in economics which says that what don't count doesn't count. So when you don't understand the problem, you can't solve it. And that's really where we saw the power of data, especially the Earth observation, in understanding the functionality of ecosystems, the dependency, the risks. And I'm also glad to see the link between the work that Angela presented on the red list of ecosystems and nature-based solutions, and how actually they interlink with the Earth observation science. A couple of points probably as we move towards the end of this session, and I want to open for any question from participants. If you have, we have 10 minutes for Q&A session. But indeed, in this session, we see an absolute interlink between the resilience and the health of ecosystems. I think we cannot talk about resilience if we don't absolutely invest and protect our ecosystems that we depend on. The second is the role of science. I think science has a very big role to play in helping us understanding the problem and helping us also develop the solution. Often at time we just jump into the implementation without really doing detailed understanding of what is the problem and how do we address that. The third, the standard is critical, because if you are designing an intervention to address a problem, it needs to really to be designed in an effective way, but also with high integrity. And the standard is a critical framework, guidance to help us achieve that. So I see our audience, if there's any question or clarification, please feel free to stand up.
Thank you very much. I am Shaila Naghieva from Azerbaijan, University professor, professor of Azerbaijan University of Languages and chairperson of Sommaz Marshall Cultural Relations Public Union. Over 40 years, I have been teaching, and I have been teaching teachers of teachers. I am teachers of teachers because I have had a lot of teachers, because through them I can foster love through the language of beautiful, through the art of words, delve into their students' minds' love for nature. And urging them to combat against climate change within the power of their, within their own power. And since 2022, we have got ECOSOC consultative status at UN. I wonder, culture means a lot, because in terms of art, music, literature, we can deliver our message more powerfully, not through a sharp way of struggle, not through using weapons, through softer, smarter language. For example, we have had a lot of exhibitions in the different parts of the world, Europe, US, even Australia, and we have, made them, the peoples, aware of the beautiful nature of our country and how we propagate, how we advocate them in the world. My question is that we should combine here this event of worldwide importance, COP29. Their aim is to bring together individual commitments into globalized one, as if we live in a house and everyone, all members of family, is concerning about anything bad happening in the family. We should combine our forces, and we should combine our forces through collaborative projects. But unfortunately, many few grants for culture, just to enable our organizations' power combined together with the globalized organizations. We have already realized several projects within our own power. For example, me gathering together 20 secondary school teachers from 10 from regions and 10 from capital with collaborative project with my American collaborator, American poet, translator, and expert on environmental issues. We provided a week-long workshop for them. And after a month, they applied the knowledge they gained during a workshop in secondary schools, short footages, video clips, and combined together, we organized, we created a website for the use of the whole country. Another interesting project was Women Create. The women are the most sensitive layer of society whose voice mostly overheard. And we gathered creative people, artists and poets. They dealt with the beauty of nature through their brushes and through their words. One painted nature, described nature depicted in her painting. Another one, pair, described that beauty in her poem. So I'm looking for partnerships to join our power into globalized one. Thank you for your attention.
More question before we can respond?
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. My name is Mfundo Langwenya from the Kingdom of Eswatini in Southern Africa. Catching your presentation on the observation tools, I was just wondering as to what will be the role. I know there is high resolution, you try to interface the different kind of tools. Say, what then will be the role that after observing can play in informing now the nature-based solutions project or initiatives on the ground, particularly if you are doing restoration work where species loss have occurred or land degradation in terms of erosion, and now we have seen the different kinds of soils, and then how to inform, or is there an aggregation or a general recommendation to say, based on this profile of the soil, this is the recommendation. Avoiding to say this one is good for this, then we have a highly disaggregated project. And secondly, I saw the issue of standards, and then that's the future. We all want to adhere to some standards, but I was just wondering as to what is the minimum size of the project, maybe in terms of land area, where you apply standards, because I don't want to assume that in a small community where you apply standards. But what would be the minimum to say this scale from this size of project upwards, then that's where standards are applicable? Thank you.
I would probably allow our panelists to speak to these two questions. Thank you very much for your inputs. I think the power of collaboration is one of the reasons why we are all here. It's networking. Just wanted to say that IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, has a very large network of scientists. One of our commission, which I would absolutely share the details later, focuses on what we call environmental communication and education. And I think it has tens of thousands of people, including teachers and scholars who are working on that. So happy to share more details, and that's probably another platform where we could leverage. But I don't want to respond on your behalf, so I will start with you, Professor. If you could speak, of course, from the both question, and then hand over to Angela.
Thank you so much, Charles. Like both questions are really great questions, and let me congratulate you and commend you on your efforts in the fact of trying to seek collaboration and to involve the arts and the humanities and the social component into what we are trying to do. Let me just brief you over the past few days during COP29. We already had a session here in the ICESCO Pavilion, and I had the pleasure to be part of that session and co-moderate it with the Chief of Staff of His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture here in Azerbaijan, and we had the Vice President of FAO organization together with His Excellency, the Director General of ICESCO, and myself. And we were talking about the integration of cultural heritage and food production, and with this kind of view, how we are evolving from our culture and use the old terminologies that we are all aware of. As a scientist, I can tell you about crop switching, and His Excellency the Minister was talking with me about crop rotation, in the past, and the culture and the heritage that we have from our ancestors. So this kind of bridging is already there, and we don't see any kind of competition between preserving our culture, preserving our heritage, but at the same time, going into the direction of data science and going in the direction of innovation, which is highly needed. So it's a relation of complementarity that we are observing here. That's number one. Number two, as a scientist, we talk always about STEM field, STEM education. But let me tell you something. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but STEM now added another leg into it. So it's not STEM anymore. So we used to talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now the evolution is we moved from STEM to STEAM, where arts has been added to the component of the STEM education. And not only that, but they are also talking about education by practice. We don't want the education to be the education pedagogist. We are talking about a different kind of approaches of transforming knowledge and education. And now we are moving from STEM to STEAM to STREAM, where they added the research component into it. So now we are talking about science, technology, and how it is integrated with mathematics and engineering, without forgetting the arm of arts, as well as to do things by application and by practice, where research is coming into the mix. And of course, nobody can forget about the role of women in all of that, and that's why the whole world is talking about diversity, inclusion, and DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is big thing, as you know, in academic institutions, being myself an academic. So thank you so much for your comment, and that's my answer to you. Back to you, sir, and talking about how we can use the power of Earth observations to address what you said. And actually, Angela touched on that, how you can use these observations, these outputs in your restoration decisions, in your response. And this is very, very important, because let me give you an example. When you are using this kind of technologies, you identify hotspots. You identify areas where needs to be addressed. You identify areas which are able for afforestation plans, for instance. So I can look into accumulated NDVI over the past 10, 15 years, and I can assess how I can do ecosystem connectivity, how I can reach from a certain level to another level. I can identify areas where there are a possibility of afforestation, and we are actually doing that. You can look into SWOT analysis, not SWOT, SWOT, but SWOT, Soil Water Assessment Tool, SWAT, where you are looking into basins, drainage, you are looking into stream orders, you are looking into topography, and you can identify the cycles of phosphorus, cycles of water drainage network, and you can see areas which might be susceptible to flooding events or highly dry events. So you can really observe what might be the drivers happening in this ecosystem, and you can really make informed decisions about how you can mitigate, how you can rehabilitate. In some parts where we are working, we are doing some projects, we were able to identify a basin and highlight it is a stream order number 6, and it is very seriously dangerous in terms of flooding. And the plan was to do a lot of plantation and afforestation in this region. And based on our analysis, we said, you know what, you cannot do that, because if you do that, like, you know, everything's going to be wiped out. And some listened, some did not listen. And guess what? They did some plantation seedlings, and all of a sudden, like, there was excess amount of rain and everything was wiped out because you did not listen to the science decision, or using these kind of observations that can help you really to be informed and to make proper decisions towards how you can respond to like, you know, rehabilitation or restoration. And I think Angela is going to also dive deeper in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. I would respond to your question about the scale and what's the minimum area that should be, let's say, incorporated with these standards. So I think it's important for the red list assessment. So far, we have been working at national level and subnational level, or ecosystem level, in the sense that main, for example, ecosystem types in the country. For example, just to give an example, the Amazon basin, for example, or the mangroves or corals, no? So it's important to have an assessment at national level. Nowadays, the Global Biodiversity Framework recognizes the red list as the main indicator to report on 3 of the main goals of the framework, goal A, 1, and 2, 1, 2, 3, sorry, and goal A and targets 1, 2, 3. And it will be more beneficial if the country has these kind of assessments, or if it's aligned or working in that direction. Because as I mentioned here, it helps prioritizing areas that need to develop responses in an integrated manner for the benefit of all the community. So this is something that is very difficult to be developed at the project level, or at the very local level, because you need a lot of data and information. So this is more focused, I would say, at the planning level. But for specific interventions and projects, the MBS standard, can be applied at any level, but basically the idea is that it's a bottom-up initiative. But we all know that initiatives cannot be just taken by individuals in different spots, no? This has to be connected. We are working and promoting different possibilities of developing networks across communities, across, for example, the private sector, beyond countries, no? Or even within the countries, and also at the policy level. Because the only way to build resilience is that we are all in the same, looking at the future in the same manner. Because otherwise we will be creating more conflicts between communities or between different stakeholders. So, of course, at the very local level, there are initiatives promoted by bilateral projects or multilateral initiatives that recognize the value of the standard, because the standard, what helps is to make sure that all these 8 key elements are included in any action that is implemented to make sure that you are building resilience in the long term. No, that you are not just addressing part of the elements that are relevant, but to have an integrated approach and to reduce risks in the future. That's the rationale behind this kind of interventions. But to be also successful in the long term, you need to have all the pieces aligned, because otherwise it may not be sustainable. No, if a community is working in one direction, but then the government or the local government is working in another direction, there should be a place or a way to connect and to make sure that that all are really aligned. So that's I think the response. And regarding the first comment, I fully agree. When we are working in science, I have to say that we are not good in communicating. We are not using all the available tools. This is why in many occasions we work with the other commission, but we lack of incorporating these elements that you highlighted, like the art or other sorts of communication, because we need really to reach out all the audiences, especially, well, kids or young professionals, anyone, to make sure that people articulate and include these messages in all in schools and in different and for different audiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are at the end of our session. I wanted to thank you, our panelists, for really great interventions and our audience. This conversation, absolutely, myself and Professor, we are moving them to Riyadh next couple of days at UNCCD COP16. And we will be having more events together that focus the role of nature and nature-based solutions in making our lands, our food system, our livestock system more resilient. But more importantly, this question triggered an idea that we probably need a session in ICESCO on building the future leaders in environment, especially the role of education, the role of arts, the role of culture in how we actually make sure that this environmental understanding and awareness is really built as part of our leadership movement. Thank you very much, and wish you all a very good afternoon.
Dr. Shah.
We know whose that is. It was on here. This. Yeah. Come inside.
انت كانت هنا في السيشن قبل كده؟
Exactly. Yeah.
كنا عملنا دعايه قبلها بمده وظبطنا الدنيا كلها كانت جايه
لا لا عادي، ما هو
عايزين
المشكله
بعد كده تبقى العمليه
مترتبه عن كده.
قصدي الحاجات المفترض كانت اتعملت كنا بنعملها.
إن شاء الله خير بإذن الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إيه؟
صورت قبل ما تبدأوا يعني؟
بوستر جبتيه؟
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to our session. Thank you so much. We will have this afternoon session about harnessing ocean observations for sustainable development and coastal resilience. This event we will talk about the climate change. One of the most pressing challenges we confirm is in the sea level rising, damaging floods, storm surges, and also for the impacts on our biodiversity and how we could make or deliver opportunities to engage and discuss about recent hazard impacts, challenges, and resilient strategies for and solutions. The clicker is not working. Now it works. Our session today, I will be your moderator, and we will have with us Professor Matt Frost from PML, and Lilian Krug from BOGO, Professor Hamouda from MHMC of Egypt, and Professor Hisham Al-Askari from the ICESCO Pavilion. For the beginning, we will start our session today with Professor Matt Frost. He is the head of International Office at Plymouth Marine Laboratory, and Professor Matt will talk to us about ocean observation networks to maintain coastal resilience. Please welcome Professor Matt.
Thank you. I'll stay sat down this time, I think. So I could have changed the title really, because what I want to focus on is ocean observations, but what I really want to do is focus on that word harnessing, which is the theme of the session. So how do we harness the sort of networks that we've got in order to maintain coastal resilience? So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do, apologies for those of you who've seen me talk at other places, but I've been using this first slide quite a lot, which I'll get onto in a minute. But I think it's really important in the context of observations. Then I'm going to give a bit of an overview of marine observations generally. Hopefully it will complement what Lika is going to say, because Lika is going to focus on one of the most important sort of networks. But the key thing I want to do is just give a few pointers for how do we harness those monitoring and observations. So what do we need to do to establish them? That's the capacity development side. What do we need to do to maintain them and make best use of them? So that's what I want to do, is just make some points. So those of you who've been to any of my sessions this week would have seen this slide, which I've been using, but I'm going to say it again because I don't think you can say it too much, and it is important when we come to observations. Yes, we have observations in different areas, measuring different parameters, but ultimately it's one ocean. And also, as I've been saying, the impacts are occurring on this one ocean. So impacts occurring in one place have knock-on effects elsewhere. So it's very important that we remember that we're all working together ultimately to monitor the state of the ocean. So how does this work? Well, this is the sort of overview I just wanted to talk about. So what we tend to have, and you can see this on the left of the slide, is we tend to have our sort of local places where we monitor within country or within areas. And more now they're part of regional hubs and networks. So the example on the left is the Global Ocean Acidification Observing Network. And the important part of that is that a number of countries, including countries like Algeria, Morocco and others, will actually be monitoring, but it's part of a broader regional hub. It's a regional network, and that's really important because you're then starting to see how things are changing at a broader scale. And these regional hubs then feed into a lot of these larger global networks. And as I said, I'm sure Lika will give some more detail on this shortly. But there's a number here, and you can see, I'll come back to some of these examples. But Argo is probably one of the most famous one, where you've got thousands of these floats around the ocean measuring a whole range of parameters. But even things like sea level observing systems, we're talking about coastal resilience. These days, they're not just measured at the local level, they're put together within these big international frameworks, and that's really important so we can understand what's happening at that level. And even things like measuring seagrass. If you're going to measure seagrass, these days, it's not, you don't just go off your own marine station, your own coast and measure it. It's usually part of a global observing system. So that's how we're kind of measuring at the global level. And this is a horrendously complicated diagram from Maltman et al., but this is trying to show how the global ocean observing system looks. And of course, this is GOOSE, the UN GOOSE, which kind of tries to coordinate all of this. And they're usually adding things. So in 2024, they've added the Official Vessel Observing Network, Ocean CO2 Network, Smart Subsea Cables Network. So GOOSE is really the body that is trying to bring all of this together. And as I said, it's that hierarchy of local measurements, local monitoring, feeding into regional hubs, ultimately part of this global network. Now, one of the issues is that climate and biodiversity monitoring, there's a word missing there, monitoring systems at the large scale are now getting more and more sophisticated and very expensive. I mean, there's some really nice kit now, with AI and subs and all the rest of it, but they're large scale, they're sophisticated and expensive. The other challenge is that the data tends to be quite widely dispersed. So putting all that on one image, you'd think, oh, that's great, we can see where all the monitoring is. But if you actually want to find the data for all of those things, it can be quite challenging. So that's the overview in terms of marine observations. What I want to do now is just make a few comments on how we harness this in terms of capacity sharing and capacity development. So I've got 5 points to make, which I'll try and make very quickly. The first one is we have to communicate the value of marine observations to funders and policymakers. And I think we often forget this. In the 1980s in the UK, it was somebody looked across all of our monitoring and realized we were losing a lot of our monitoring. And across Europe, we lost 40% of all our monitoring in a short period, just because people didn't see the value of them. And we're not very good at scientists, we're not as scientists at communicating the value. So I was asked to do this piece of work for the Commonwealth about 5 years ago. And one of the things I did was actually looked at how much our ocean observations worth. And you can see there that globally, the estimates range between 10 and 20 trillion US dollars. And if you're interested, take a photo and you can look at the sources there. But that's the most important thing, I think. We need to tell people what the value is to policy, to wider society. It's not just scientists doing it for fun. So that's the main thing. Secondly, we need to have technologies that are easily deployable, and what this means is it's fine having these amazing systems. So, various parts of the world now have ships and submarines and smart data buoys and cables and AUVs and all this stuff, which is fantastic. But actually, if we're going to monitor at a global level, we need to have technologies which are basically cost-effective and readily deployable. So this is the Goan in a box, which is really nice. So this allows people to be part of this network and measure ocean acidification wherever they are. It's very low-cost kit. I think somebody said it's about £60, which is about sort of $80 or something. You can get this kit off the shelf. And countries in Africa, the Pacific, small island states and others are starting to pick up this technology so they can be part of this big network for monitoring, but without breaking the bank. It's something that's fairly deployable. And there are a number of hubs now, so 900 scientists from 114 countries. And as I said, you can see the sort of the smart buoy on the left, but actually if you want to join this, you can just find your $80, $100, buy your kit, they're going in a box and be part of this network. So that's my second point, is we really need to start developing more monitoring technologies that are easily deployable so that it's cost effective and we're not prohibiting people from measuring things because they can't afford £70 million for a research vessel and £10 million for a smart hub and all the rest of it. And there's another example of where we've got this capacity building is the Challenger 150, and they're actually looking at the monitoring and where data is missing in the deep sea environment. But they made the point in the Challenger World 50 program that 70% of countries have a deep sea environment within their EEZ, but economically developed nations conduct most of the deep sea research. So actually you're getting a real imbalance, and this is another area in deep sea research where we have to be careful that all our data isn't coming from North America and various other places that have already got a lot of capacity for this. I don't have time to go into the detail, but there's a big capacity program to say, how do we help all these other countries develop deep sea research programs? The other thing that's becoming more and more sort of recognized is citizen science. And I remember when I was first involved in monitoring and I ran a UK monitoring network, citizen science was kind of looked down upon slightly and not proper science, and nobody really trusted the data. But you can see there on the left that citizen science is now firmly sort of embedded as a source of data. And Emma McKinley did this piece of work on the growth of citizen science, and these are the number of scientific peer-reviewed publications coming out of data collected by citizen science programs, and you can see that it's really going up rapidly. And I think there's been a big change now, so people recognize the value of IPLC knowledge, using local knowledge. So I think there's a real paradigm shift now, and I think use of citizen science is going to be absolutely key if we're going to harness all of that knowledge and all of that data. The next thing is really about networks, and this is what I'm going to finish on. These last 2 points are on networks, because one of the things we need to do is actually work together across country borders, within countries and others, to actually calibrate and standardize the way we measure things. And this is really important, because these papers here were all published because we gathered together all the people measuring marine benthos, measuring rocky shoal, algae, measuring physical variables. We held some workshops and we calibrated right across Europe all the equipment, so the way they measured it, so we're all measuring the same thing in the same way. And what it meant is that we could understand then what the impacts were and what was happening at a much larger level than if we were all measuring things slightly differently. So I think standardization and calibration is really important. And that brings me back, and you won't be surprised to know that we should make better use of the marine stations. Most of the observations that we have, long-term observations, are usually carried out by or in liaison with marine stations. So it's really important we keep promoting their importance. I can give you lots of examples of marine stations that have closed down, and then, well, I'll give you one exactly. So in the UK, a marine station closed down in Port Erin Marine Lab. Nobody realised that they were actually responsible for all the long-term monitoring. So we had time series that were over 100 years old that vanished overnight because nobody realised that it was the marine stations that were responsible. So I'm going to finish on that. So just to summarise, ocean observations are vital for the economy, support mitigation and adaptation. But the 5 points I wanted to make, if we're really going to harness the benefit from these observations, is communicate the value to funders and policymakers, ensure equitable and easily deployable technologies are developed, make better use of citizen science programs and IPLC knowledge, use developed networks so we can calibrate and standardize the way we do things at larger scales, and finally to utilize marine stations, many of whom are custodians of our fantastic time series and networks. So that's all I have to say this morning. Thank you, or this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Matt, for your nice presentation. And I totally agree with you that ocean observation is a must now, because we cannot manage what we could not measure. This is the basic idea. So with those all of observation we had now, and also we want to build more for the networks you're just talking about. And the most important thing is not collecting data, the validity of the data, how we could make the calibration, and how we must know how true and accurate is this data. This is the most important thing. Otherwise, all of our models will be nothing, yes, to build on it. So thank you so much, Matt. And now it's time to have Professor Hisham Al-Askari. He's a professor of Earth System Science and Remote Sensing, Chambon University, and Advisor Director General of ICESCO. Professor Hisham will talk to us about the remote sensing and satellites capabilities in help resilience the ecosystems. So please welcome Professor Hisham.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suzanne, for the intro, and welcome everybody to the ICESCO Pavilion. Happy to have everybody here, and wishing you a good, very final day of the COP, biodiversity. Like, as my colleague mentioned before, excuse me if you see some of my slides before. I'm sure that some of you might have saw that, but not everybody. I cannot agree more with you on the power of data and the power of observations. And when we talk about observations, in our case, utilizing satellite observations and space observations are very, very important. And we look always into the triangle of data sets, or the triangle of information that we use in satellite observations, which is spectral, temporal, and intensity. These are the three angles, or the three vertices of that triangle. And when it comes to a resolution, spatial resolution, we always look into images. And when we talk about spectrum, we usually look into the spectral content. We look into spectrometers or spectroradiometers. And then when we get into the intensity, we get into altimeters and whatnot. So the integration of this triangle will give you a wide range of sensors. So you will hear somebody saying maybe moderate imaging resolution spectrometer or spectroradiometer or imager. So these terms are referring to different kind of fields or different kind of measurements that you are looking for. And the power of this data is very, very important when it comes to the marine environment. It's very, very important because it can give us, when it comes to intensity or fields, we can be measuring sea surface temperature, for instance, and similar products. When it comes to some of the physical or biological processes which are happening in the water, you can look into chlorophyll content, dissolved organic matter, and blooms, and all of that is very important. And when you put all of this together, this is when you start looking into the impacts on the marine environments or the marine habitats. In this presentation, I'm going to touch bases a little bit on coral reefs specifically as one of the most important marine ecosystems and very important in terms of resilience, in terms of protection, and so on. So as I mentioned, you can see the range of the spectrum that can be used for observations, be it broad, multi, hyper, and ultra. When you go to the level of the ultra spectral, this is where you enter in the level of really detailed spectral content, which can be quite useful in the identification of specifics. Now we are talking about constituents which might be present in the marine environment. We are talking about the dissolved organic matter. We are talking about maybe I want to be cautious if I mention the term minerals, but in some cases, there are things that can be detected in this environment. And you can see on the top right curve, the top right plot, you can see the difference between the multi and the hyper, and the different kind of spectral slicing which can produce for you this kind of continuous observations as compared to the discrete one that you see from the first histogram. And again, this is a typical curve, a typical profile for chlorophyll content and for vegetation types, and it's important when it comes to mangroves and other marine-related environments as well. Very briefly, hyperspectral technology can also be used to assess for hazard and risk assessment when it comes to oil spill. And we are not only covering optical ranges of the spectrum, we are talking about optical visible infrared, and as well as we are talking about SAR technology, which is a totally different ball game and can provide you with a lot of information about oil spill detection specifically, and the moisture on land as well. So here I'm going to focus a little bit more on coral habitats and the power of data in that realm, as well as how we can tie this with specific indicators and specific goals in the SDGs. Some of our work has been highlighted and recognized by known domains at NASA Earth Observatory and Landsat Science, acknowledging our work and highlighting it on different kind of domains. This is the image of the day that was taken from one of our papers on coral habitats in Hurghada and the change, the climate impacts, as well as urban development and the human impact on different kind of marine environments in this region. We did some work using the power of machine learning in different parts of the world. We created a classifier using support vector machine on some of the islands in the Pacific. So we did the work on Kingsman Reef, on the Palmyra Atoll and others, and using some satellite data and some measurements from the USGS, and we were able to do some kind of probability maps for the impact of climate change on coral habitats in these regions in the Pacific. And we used the random forest and SVM to create another classifier that we used and we applied in Saudi Arabia. We know that the environments might be a little bit different, but we started in some locations you might have data, the power of data, but in other locations you might have absolutely no data, which can be quite problematic. So this one here is one of our recent work on Gulf of Aqaba, on Omluj and Al-Wajh in the Red Sea, Saudi part, and here showing you some of the classifiers that we used in order to outline corals and the probability of the occurrence with different kind of climate scenarios. But now going a little bit deeper into observations and how we can dive into higher resolution sensing techniques and methodologies. So we subdivided the Red Sea into different areas, as you can see, for data acquisition, for data tasking acquisitions, if we want, at very, very high resolution. And we are always focusing on different kind of environmental factors which might be affecting the mapping of the reefs and other marine habitats, namely salinity, temperature, clear waters, geological activity, biodiversity. And this is where the power of data would come. This is where these kind of networks that we saw from the first presentation, will be very meaningful in order to address any and all of these variables. But at the same time, we want to see how satellite technology can help us in addressing these variables. Bathymetry is very important. You develop it from your images, and on the right-hand side, you can see false color composite from Sentinel, mapping coral habitats in the region, but you can see how coarse the data is. This is at 10 meters resolution. But now we are diving into higher resolution satellite imagery, which are able to give you, in some spectral windows, as well as higher spatial resolution on the ground, which can be way more detailed. And it also shows us the power of depth penetration and what it's good for, and the regions that it can help. If you want to do masking for land edges or islands, if you want to do mapping for mangroves or seagrass or corals. So all of this is very important based on what you are looking for exactly. So these are two images for intercomparison purposes. My slides, for some reason, they advance automatically, and I have to go back again, so I apologize for that. So you can see on the top one, the Sentinel image at 10 meters resolution. When I try to zoom in a little bit on a specific region, as you can see, it gets pixelized, and it's not easy for you to figure out what's going on. But when you go to Pallades at 30 centimeters true color composite resolution down there, you can see the massive difference between the two images or the two sets of images on the right hand side. And this is really a very important slide, showing you the power of spectral variability. Here I'm showing you different spectral windows, different bands, which are sensitive to different factors that I mentioned at the beginning. So here I'm showing you the deep blue, the green, the red edge, and the near infrared, and the true color composite on the right hand side. But you can see that when I'm using those short wavelengths bands, they are mainly they are very good in terms of penetration through the shallow waters, as compared to the other ones, the little bit longer on the longer side of the wavelength, used for masking water and vegetation cover, as you are going to see in the coming few slides. Here showing you band ratios that we used in order to identify NDVI and to show the mangrove environment. You can see here mangroves mapped in the region, as well as you can see here the normalized difference color index, which can be used in order to discriminate coral reef density, which is very important to assess areas at risk, areas which are under stress, areas which are quite vulnerable. So this is important to see the current situation as compared to maybe the past few years. Hyperspectral mapping is one of the most advanced technologies in this realm if it's properly done, and we are able to do a mixing of the pixels correctly before and after correction of the sun glint, as you can see. And the moral of the story here is that we are trying to use different kind of indicators, different kind of observations from satellites in order to address specific goals along the Sustainable Development Agenda. And not only that, but we try to figure out what are the targets that can be addressed and the specific indicators that can be fulfilled, measured, assessed using satellite technology and using observations. And this is very important because this is showing you the power of data. So I can go to different or higher levels of taxonomy when I'm talking about SDGs. You might be aware that there are different tiers in the SDGs, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and you can figure out the number of indicators or the number of the targets. Like, we have 169 targets and 232 indicators. I don't recall the exact numbers top of my head, but I'm pretty positive that there is like around maybe 100 something indicators which can address only the tier 1 taxonomy, and little bit less at the tier 2 and very few at the tier 3. And those very few are the crucial ones. These are the kind of indicators that can make the difference, can show you how you can assess how do you reach or you are able to meet the target for that specific goal. So this is very important, and this is what we try to do. So back again to observations like geospatial intelligence solutions, showing you variability in sea surface temperature across time on the left hand side, and on the right hand side you can see the temperature anomaly changing across the Mediterranean basin in this situation. And the reason we did that, because of the wake-up call that we got from Storm Daniel in Libya. This is a location that we should not be observing cyclones of that nature, of that regard, which we are currently calling them medicanes. But now we need to understand the driver. I am not interested in observing the event. I'm interested in observing the physical process itself, which is the driving factor for the development of such events. The sea surface temperature, the increase, you can see in the bottom plot on the very right-hand side, you can see the red histograms, the red bar. These red bars tells you that there has been an increase in the temperature anomaly for the past 3 decades by almost more than 2.5 degrees Celsius over the Mediterranean basin. So basically, the Mediterranean now is behaving as if it is a tropical region. Like, it's totally outside the tropics. Like, what we are observing on the Atlantic in terms of hurricanes should not be the same thing that we observe on the Mediterranean. But now we are seeing that. Why? Because the Mediterranean is behaving like tropical regions. It's getting warm, convection. So you have this kind of moisture content, evaporation, the build up of the chimney, the creation of all of that can lead to the formation of dramatic cyclones. We always call them tropical-like. So tropical-like cyclones, because they are not tropical. But you saw the devastation that happened from Storm Daniel in the coasts of Libya, and that was quite devastating, killing 25,000 and dislocating around 40,000. Power of data and modeling. So we are interested in the interconnectivity between systems, like, what happens in the atmosphere drives what happens in the hydrosphere and vice versa, and is driven by other processes. When I look into hurricanes development, it's a communication scheme between ocean and atmosphere. So like the warming of the waters, the convection, the chimney, affects the development of the atmosphere. But not only that, even aerosols in the atmosphere, they act as cloud condensation nuclei and can enhance the formation of these events. We have a paper published in IEEE Transactions about Hurricane Sandy that happened in New York and caused massive flood. And believe it or not, there was massive dust event that took off the west coast of Africa 10 days before Hurricane Sandy. So you can see here HICOM model showing you the ocean modeling in the Red Sea, counterclockwise, clockwise, which is a reflection of upwelling and downwelling. So you can see the nutrition exchange and with this kind of eddy dipole. And there was an outbreak in chlorophyll content that you can see from the image in the bottom. This outbreak in the chlorophyll content was driven by dust deposition. This work has been highlighted in Landsat Science as well as in Bloomberg. Was highlighted about mangroves, where we were able to assess submerged mangroves, looking into areas of coverage, areas which are being affected across time. Take into account the low tides and high tides. Based on the spectral variability, based on the spectral content. The good thing about this slide, now I'm trying to tie it for you with the indicators I was referring to along the Sustainable Development Goals. So you can see indicator 15.3.1, which is a tier 3 proportion of land that is degraded over total land area. So this is a metric that you can measure quantitatively using satellite observations, using some work like this. So now you have a way of going back to that indicator in order to meet that target that it was measured by that indicator, and then you can address all of that to the bigger goal that you are looking for in the SDGs and other indicators. As you can see, some publications, some work in ecological indicators about this kind of stuff, talking about biodiversity, talking about marine habitats, talking about sea turtles, long-term impact on nesting and the areas of nesting for habitat for sea turtles. As you can see, in Jana and Karan, couple of islands in our neighborhood, in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf region. But it's not only about looking into observations and understand the dynamics of global circulation. So now we look into El Nino and how such events are affecting the dynamics and affecting the physical properties and biological properties in this part of the world. And again, as Dr. Susan rightly said, you cannot understand the study what you cannot measure. So the idea of marine monitoring or marine habitat monitoring and protection is only based on the fact that you are collecting data, able to observe, and we should not forget quality control and quality assurance, and tie all of that to the main science questions that you are trying to address. And again, here some indicators that, as I mentioned before, and I'm closing with this last slide, that a paper that was published in Marine Habitat and the monitoring, which was the impact of oil spills and oil slicks on the marine environment, being with different viscosities. We were involved in some work related to tanker sulfur that was present in close to the entrance of the Red Sea, and it was a high risk situation where it had 1.3 million barrels of oil with different grades, different viscosities, and God forbid if something happened there, it would have been a total devastation for the whole marine environment in this region. And that's a conclusion of my presentation, where I think it's quite complementing to what was mentioned before. Actually, it's the other way around. The first presentation provide us with the tools to understand science and to be able to derive meaningful information out of that. And thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor HM, for your nice presentation, and also what you have been doing using the satellite images and also the modeling for enhancing our ecosystems and protect our ecosystems and monitoring. A lot of work you have shared with us today. And now it's time to have Dr. Liliane Krug. She is a scientific coordinator for the Partnership of Observations of the Global Ocean, BOGO. Liliane today will talk to us about leveraging observations for sustainable development and coastal resilience. Please, Liliane, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Susan, and happy to be back here. I feel like I didn't do my homework properly. As luckily for me, half of the panelists and some members of the audience were here this morning. I feel like I should have included a few slides that I presented this morning on this talk. This is a very brief one. I'm going to try to be justice. Yeah, please. So can you move to the next one? Just reminding everyone why we are doing that. Why are we observing the ocean? And so the ocean is vital to this planet and to society in general by providing resources, protection, and also being a source of inspiration to us. Sorry, Susan, can you move to the next slide? And again, am I here? All right. With my notes. But the ocean and coastal ecosystems are increasingly threatened by climate change as we are observing the rising of sea levels, which threaten coastal habitats, leading to loss of biodiversity and critical ecosystem services. Also increasing ocean acidification, which cause disruptions on the marine food webs and particularly affecting shell-forming organisms like corals. in increase on eutrophication that stimulates the overgrowth of algae that leads to harmful algal blooms and threats to human health, and so on. So monitoring the ocean is how we gather information on how this impact or how much these impacts are causing to ecosystem health. And it's the only way we can predict more accurately extreme events and provide scientific-based information to decision makers so they can implement efforts to reduce and revert damage and sustain long-term economical stability. In ocean observations have a big role in sustaining development. It's through reliable ocean data that we can inform sustainable fisheries and aquaculture, ensuring marine life is harvested responsibly while preserving ecosystems. And ocean and coastal areas are rich in renewable energy opportunities, such as offshore wind and tidal energy. So understanding these dynamics ensures that resources are tapped efficiently and sustainably. It also provides us with early warning for extreme weather events like tsunamis and rising sea levels. And integrating observation data into planning processes, policymakers can make balanced economic development with environmental preservation, fostering resilience in coastal communities. All right, so the ocean observations can play a transformative role in shaping sustainable future. Through a truly global ocean observing systems, we can harness the full potential of our oceans while preserving their health and resilience. And bringing this message close to the ICESCO interests, I actually counted out that 53 members, 39 of them have coastal areas, extensive coastlines, vibrant ecosystems, and abundant marine resources. And these areas hold promise for economic growth, food security, and renewable energy, and climate resilience. So realizing this potential requires accurate and timely information about the ocean. That's why observing these coastal areas is so fundamental. Next one, please. So this is where I feel like I failed in bringing more information about the ocean. I brought this in the morning, Matt. I'm sorry you were not here. So just reminding that POGO is a consortium of 56 major oceanographic institutions, including NIOF, PML, and so many important ones. NOC, of course. And we are working towards advancing ocean observing systems, including satellite information, so precious for us, and also autonomous sensors that can go in places where we cannot go, it's where we can afford going to. And POGO also acts a lot on the capacity development, not only training the next generation of ocean observers, but also allowing our working on innovation of ocean observations, trying new approaches to it, like working on or developing biomolecular observations and low-cost technology, so every country is able to establish their own observing systems. And about the capacity development, so we provide training. We have provided training to over 1,300 young early career professionals from 96 countries, and we provide continuity of these trainings after they finished, but with our alumni network, where we support joint research and outreach activities as well. And this include a project led by our members, all early careers, in a coastal monitoring network. It's 33 stations in 18 developing countries, where they go out every month or every 2 months, sampling essential ocean variables in their own regions. Many of these places have no other observation network. So it's really engaging these early careers into action. And we also conduct citizen science with our members. We are developing low-cost temperature sensor that every citizen science can go at the beach or in a paddleboard, a surfboard, and make profiles of ocean temperature and include this in a network. And POGO also acts in outreach and advocacy. Outreach by teaching or going to kids up to high-level events like this one, bringing attention on how ocean observations and how it's important to bring ocean to climate negotiations. That's what we do here. And most importantly, how important it is, the ocean observation, and how important it is to fund so we can have an integrated, robust ocean observing systems for long-term, a sustainable one. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Lilian, so much for sharing with us what POGO is doing in ocean global observation. And you know what we really need? You just mentioned that we need ocean observation side by side with the meteorological one, because observation is not only for weather, it's the ocean is the main factor that controlling the weather. So this is why we need, and also we need the global ocean observation to be part of the UN early warning systems for all initiatives. This is another way we need also to work, and this comes with what you are calling about advancing collaborations and innovations, because we cannot do this alone or country. Okay, each country to have its national network is a must and important, but we need to collaborate all together. Maybe ICESCO could collaborate between their member states, the UNESCO and the IOC could collaborate. And by this, we could have a global network working efficiently for our climate actions and solving it. Thank you, Lilian, to be with us today. And now it's time to have Professor Amr Hamouda. He is the president of the Marine Hazard Mitigation Center of Egypt and also the vice chair of IOC of UNESCO. Professor Hamouda will talk to us about climate change impacts on coastal cities. And we have a major case study in Egypt of the northern Mediterranean coast of Egypt and Alexandria that has been announced as the first city in Africa that is a tsunami resilient city. So congratulations to Professor Hamouda, and please talk to us about these initiatives.
Thank you, Dr. Suzanne. I'd be honored to be here with our friend and colleague in this plenary, and also for nice presentation from Dr. Askari and Matthews and Lilian about POGO. Thank you very much. So what I needed to talk now, we needed to talk a case study as a story, real story, that I mentioned about that and buzz about that. When you go back about Alexandria and about our institute and the research we have established for 2 stations from 1992 and 1993. So I can get this real story to mention that there is a big difference between real local reading and regional reading. There's a big difference between them. So this is a true story that we are within 19 2000. We not make a mention, are not interested to follow what is going on about the sea level, because we don't see any big variance. This is maximum we can get a slope is nearly around 1 degree. It's not more than that or less than that. So not that. So, and also this station without meteorological to understand there is a storm or not. We are not interested about that. So in the last until 2015, we are get a change, abrupt, highly change of slope within 10 years, which will be reach. We can management between the maximum and the minimum value. So this from historical data, we get surprised about that. And you can, now we are, within the last 5 years, we are put more station because we can confuse about the variation of the data. So we can maybe say this is not accuracy about station and the qualification of station. So we'll be establish 3 new station, and we are establish radar station also to management what is going on about that. So now we are in the last 5 years we get the slope is about more than 2.7 to 3. So this is related to increase the sea level will be increased highly and strongly in the storm seasonal. So in the winter especially. So when you go back to observe about the coast and about the ground level, we can find the increase about the salinity, especially in the north of the delta. So which will be destroyed now to 1.5 kilometer because related to the seepage of the saline to the soil, and will be increased about the usually crops for the farmer usually by seasonal. So now Egypt put it challenge situation because we are lose about 1.6 kilometer in the north of the delta related salination of the soil, and we have a problem about farmer is about 1.5 million people with a family. We need to depend about the farmer agriculture. So we needed to solve this situation. We can ask many research institutes in agriculture to solve, get the new crop and the new types which will be adapted to the saline water and the salination of the soil. In other situation, we have another problem about the increase of erosion and corrosion about the sea related to the sea level. So Egypt pay every year many $1 million to establish the breakwater. But the first we are put the breakwater along the shore. So will be destroyed the tourist area for the sea. So we need to go back to increase the submersible breakwater now inside the sea, which is highly costly now. All of this will put additional for the income of our Egypt. This is not for Egypt only. I visit Kenya and I visit Tanzania about this problem, and see this about this problem visit related to my position as a vice chair of IEC and the head of the group Africa, and see what is the problem to compare what is the difference between the delta. What from this story, what we are needed to say at the end. So we needed to transfer knowledge and technology to the youth researcher to understand what's going on in the future, because the youth researcher, it is the heart of the future. So if you know these people will be qualified in the next 10 years to understand what is going on, so the problem will be crisis. And this is leading to, at the end, cannot solve this situation, will increase the migration of the people from the southern to the north. And this is additional return cycle. So the challenge, the transfer of technology, it should be done horizontal because we are in one cycle. If you make a pressure in this cycle, will be in another will be under stress. So it should now understand the observation, not only for observe it. We needed to observe it to understand the quality and the qualification of the data. But at the end, we needed to save our life, for awareness of the people, which this is simple people, which don't understand what is the meaning of the observation. Observation will be, if you not understand what is going on within 10 years or 15 years, what is the area will be destroyed, what is the crop which you needed to solve it, how we can save this city. All of this will be returned back again for the future. So what I needed emergence to understand collected between observer and the economic situation for the simple people, because the development country it's away from the reason for that. We are suffering related, we don't do anything. If you can do and go on other side, if the developing country do negative impact to the industrial country, I think the industrial country not be quiet and they say it's okay, not accepted that. For what you needed, we are in one cycle. We needed to understand and increase awareness between the observing and what is will be come back to the simple people and the young people. And additional about the observing that, I surprised. I have a photo. I needed to maybe see that. I surprised from that. We have a special photo. We have about the cube of granite from thinking archaeology. The storm get it. This is budget. It's about more than 5 ton, and put it above the shore and the castle of Kite Bay. I can send you a photo about that on my site. You can see this in my site in Marine Hazard Mitigation Center. This is amazing about the increase of storm and hurricane will be, and also we don't see this strong storm, especially in the Mediterranean like that. I'm not needed, I take no time, I finish. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hamouda, for your intervention here. And also, you mean that our country is affected by the climate change, and this increase more and enhance more with that coastal hazard we had, and also the storm surges we suffer from each year. And this not only the situation of Egypt as a delta area or a subsidence suffering area, but also in most of the cities, including the seas in the Pacific Oceans. Sorry, we are so sorry because our session now is finished the time and the next session is preparing. So if you have any questions, our panelists will be here around, so you could ask them and discuss with them whatever you would like. Now I have to thank you all, Professor Hisham, Professor Hamouda, Professor Matt, and Dr. Lilian, to be with us today in this important session about ocean observation and how we could enhance this for sustainable development and for the coastal resilience. Thank you so much, and now it's time to have a group photo. Thank you.
Dr. Hedy, we're good now. Can you hear me? Ma'am, you can start.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear now? It's all good? Okay, we apologize for this slight delay. Good afternoon, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hadija Tusi, and I am the head of the education sector in ICESCO. And it's a pleasure to welcome you all to this high-level panel on empowering girls for climate action. As we all know, it is estimated that SDG 4 will not be met by many of our countries because the research has shown that still we have over 230 million children and youth between the ages of 6 and 18 worldwide that are out of school. Out of this number, over 120 million are girls. In addition, it is estimated that we need additional 40 million more teachers to be able to have quality outcomes in order to achieve the SDG 4. More alarming is the fact that the World Bank did a recent study, and the findings stipulate that limited educational opportunities for girls and barriers for completing 12 years of education is costing countries between 15 to 30 trillion US dollars of lost lifetime productivity and earnings. All of these factors combined can help lift households, communities, and entire countries out of poverty. So it is therefore very, very crucial to invest in girls' education, because the research has shown that when girls are educated, it leads to social and economic development at a faster rate. Also, when girls are educated, it leads to less likelihood of early marriage, more likely for girls to live healthy, productive lives. They can earn higher incomes, participate in decision-making that affects them, their household, and the communities as a whole. So therefore, it is very critical for all of us sitting here today to deliberate on the issues of girls' education and how can we transform the education systems for girls, including the climate action agenda. So I will start by...
Yeah. Me.
So I will start by providing the mic over to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Wakas Afridi, to open the panel discussion and move on to the first panelist. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hedy. I'm Wakas Afridi, and I'm education expert in the ICESCO education sector. I work with Dr. Hedy. I'll be asking my first question from Ms. Laila Khalilova, Head of the Strategic Planning and Performance Management in the Ministry of Education, Azerbaijan. Ms. Laila, as we know that Azerbaijan has been very, very nicely integrating the climate agenda into its education system, and its efforts towards combating the climate change are seen globally, and COP is its manifestation. So my question to you would be, could you please tell us about few spotlight initiatives that Azerbaijan and Ministry of Education has taken in the education field in terms of gender equality and with special focus on girls?
Thank you, everyone. I'm really honored to be here to discuss very important topic with you. And I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some key initiatives Azerbaijan has undertaken on gender equality and especially girls' education. First of all, I would like to highlight the legislative and policy framework. Azerbaijan has placed a strong emphasis on gender equality through legislation and strategic programs. For example, the state state program on development of education, and 2022 and 2026 social economic development strategy of Azerbaijan. Both focus on improving access to quality of education for all, and particularly for girls. Additionally, the law on gender equality aims to eliminate gender-based discrimination and ensure equal opportunities across all sectors, including education. As many of you know, there has historically been lower participation of girls in STEM fields in Azerbaijan, and recognizing this challenge, we have made it one of our priority areas. And throughout various initiatives and international collaborations, we are working to inspire more girls to participate in STEM fields. We also recognize the unique challenge faced by girls in rural areas. And to address this, Azerbaijan has launched community education projects, including mobile resources and local training centers to support girls who face social and economic barriers. And one more thing that I want to emphasize, Azerbaijan has also launched various awareness campaigns in partnership with NGOs, with international organizations and other governmental bodies of Azerbaijan. And in 2021, we reached a significant milestone with the establishment of the Education Student Loan Fund under the Ministry of Science and Education. And this initiative provides financial support to students, especially girls who might otherwise face barriers for higher education. And it's inspiring that since the launch of the loan program, almost 60% of the beneficiaries are girls. And one more scholarship program is named after Hanifa Malikova Zardabi, and this scholarship program was launched in 2021 by the support of the Ministry of Science and Education and State Committee for Family, Women and Children's Problems, and the Education Development Fund, and more than 200 female students have benefited from these initiatives, and I think this shows our commitment to empowering young women in their academic and professional career. And to conclude, I want to say that as a ministry and at the same time I'm the gender focal point of the Ministry of Science and Education. As official of the ministry and the gender focal point of the ministry, I wanted to highlight one more thing, that we are working on textbooks also. And we review and revise textbook, ensuring that they reflect inclusive perspectives and are free from gender stereotypes. And at the same time, we have trainings for teachers for gender respective. For their gender respective perspectives. And through these efforts, I think Azerbaijan is building an inclusive education system for everyone, including girls, and I think these initiatives will continue further. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Your Excellency. It is very great to hear the integrative approach that you're using, the inclusive approach, including community-based, engagement and participation in making sure that our girls are enrolled and they retained in schools. So thank you very much for this. We will now move on to Pakistan. And we are very, very happy to be welcoming again Her Excellency Rumina Khurshid Alam, who is the coordinator to the Prime Minister's Office on Climate Change and Environmental Coordination. In addition, we would like to also welcome Her Excellency Samina Muntaz Zabri, who is a senator in the state of Balochistan, as well as the co-chair of the Senate Committee of Human Rights. I will begin first with Excellency Rumina. We all know about the huge negative climate impacts that are happening in Pakistan, especially in the state of Punjab. The floods, the smoke that is coming from our neighboring countries, and its negative impact it is having on learning outcomes for the children at the moment. So from your point of view, how is Pakistan's climate change policy ensuring girls' participation in the climate agenda?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam, and all the worthy panelists who are sitting on the panel, and all my friends who are sitting and listening to us for their participation. It is something which from so many days, of course, it's now like second last day of the COP, in which, from the day one till now, and every time when I got a chance, I always talk about the Pakistan's vulnerability, but it's not only about the vulnerability. Of course, there are so many actions which we have taken. Of course, we have not waiting all the time that somebody is going to come and maybe some messiah going to come and take out from the problems, which is not being done so far in a right way. But when it comes to the girls, when it comes to the gender, of course, Pakistan is very much strongly on the policy lead as well, on the level of the provinces as well, and to engage our youth, young girls from the school level to the a higher level as well. And I wanted to assure you that in Pakistan, when it comes to even the policymakers, as you have seen, like right now where two people are sitting, I consider her more stronger because she's a chairperson for the Senate from the Human Rights Standing Committee. And the climate change subject and the human rights, we have collaborated in climate and education as well. And as previously in my another session, which was being hosted by ICESCO, in that also we have mentioned that we have engaged into the curriculum as well. But in the parliament as well, we have a good number of the women parliamentarians, and the strongest, the ministries are also with the women leadership is there. In fact, the first Islamic, the Prime Minister was also Mohtarama Shaheed Benazir Bhutto Sahiba, who was being assassinated. She was also from Pakistan, of course, and then more on and on and on. But when it comes to the climate action, that how we're going to deal with that, I just wanted to, because I want the Balochistan part that my honorable Madam Senator will put a light on it. But overall, I just wanted to ensure you that we engaged very much to the girls, because I strongly believe under the leadership of our Prime Minister Mia Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif that the education, we have the climate, we have the emergency education in Pakistan, right? That every child should go to the school. In fact, not only that, the Prime Minister is having proper schools which are called Danish school system. Danish means wisdom. So we have a proper Danish school mechanism in which poorest of the poor girls and boys, they are getting the education, and not only the education, their health has been monitored properly. And but yes, still need to be do so much more capacity is there to do, and so much vacuum is there which need to be done. But in our resources, where we are facing the challenges of the climate disasters and these challenges we are facing, and then at the same time, of course, we need to figure out the things. But when it comes to the girls, it's very much important, because I always not only believe in education, I believe in the skilled-based education for everyone, for all the gender. And that is the thing which in our pavilion just last week we had the regional seminar we had a few months back, and in which we got a Islamabad declaration in which we regionally we are working on that, and the project which we have launched, that is called Climate Gender Equity Seal Program, in which we are talking about the the gender, we are talking about the young girl, children, and the adolescent, which is very important, because if we need to come out from these challenges, we need to train and groom the girls from the school level, from the kindergarten level. That is more important, because to be very honest, all the educationists are sitting over here. I myself, I'm a Montessori trained teacher. I was been in academia, I was been an educationist. You know, it's very important to educate, and I believe if you want to bring a change in global perspective in your country, in your nation, one need to invest in the girls, because one girl is not only one girl, she makes a family. She is a carrier of so many things. Like if you are going to groom her in a positive way, and of course Islam also does the same. And this is the only religion which is a very liberal religion, which gives the authority, which gives the right to the girl. And we all know the Prophet, peace be upon him, always how much he loved to the girls, right, daughters. And I think that is where he teach, and that learning need to be adopted. And not only that, the government side, we are proudly, I would really like to share with you that we have engaged the faith organizations as well, because it's very much important to educate and in the health and education. So recently we have done one project which is called She Power, in which I want my honorable Madam Senator to put a light on it, that we have done with the help of and support of the Chinese embassy, which is not only education, but that was because I believe if you want to guide someone, you should make it more in a way that they should not only learn, they should remember it, and they should practice it, and practice in a way that then it becomes their habit. So in that, it is how much important, because in the flood times as well, there are situations when girls are being badly neglected, because in our rural areas, the males cannot meet to that disaster. They can't go in that disaster area where the girls and children are, girls and the women are. So there are so many challenges which we are facing, and we are trying to work on that. And not only that, and it's very good to share with you that even from the public schools and from the systemized school too, but moreover focus as being from the government representative, my focus is more towards those who are poorest to the poor and in the rural area. So we are reaching out towards them and trying to educate them, trying to teach them. And in the Pakistan constitution now, the climate is in the part of the constitution, and in other way around as well. We have so many programs on the specifically for the girls' education, special grants for them, special way in which we are helping and I always believe in the private and private development sector and with the engagements. So we are trying our level best. We are trying to engage with the girls in the policy way, in the law, and in fact, this time we are going to launch International Climate Children Caucus as well, which is going to be more focused on the girls as well. So because I want to bring them always, the girls, because I myself I believe that it's no matter how hardships, we all have been through with so many different hardships, but at the end one need to be strong. And I think when you made the girls strong, you made the nation strong. And that is what I wanted to say. Yeah, thank you.
Senator.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me on this panel. Very important. Like my colleague here was saying earlier on, we did COP simulation for the children recently, and we went to all the provinces of Pakistan. So we went into Sindh, we went and we got children from the slumest areas. I'll start with that first, where obviously education levels are not high, but girls, I was there for that. I was there for Peshawar. I was there in the one in Quetta, my province is Balochistan. So all the girls that I met in that COP simulation were they were very powerful. They were very well-spoken, well-versed. And for me, when I know the facts of my country, it's 77% of learning poverty. And we're one of those, climate hit, one of the top countries which are being badly affected by the climate change. So I was there for the floods that happened in 2022, and I went out and I worked and I saw what state the girls were in and the people basically, but obviously the children were more affected. You see, girls are very vulnerable in different areas. You need to tell them what their rights are. We have launched, being chairperson of human rights, I have recently been chairing it, but I've been a senator. But I've been working on women's rights, and especially girls' rights. So when I met the girls in Peshawar, being a very strict, controlled environment, I'm sure you know, and even Balochistan, um, I was amazed. The girls were very learning. They were willing to learn. They were active in sports, taking extracurricular activities. And I thought that the more than the boys, they had more potential and they wanted to do it. But then, unfortunately, at the same time, facts of reality are, and the facts are that, where girls have to drop out after primary schools, they can't continue. Some don't even get enrolled in schools in the beginning. So we're working on that through the government, and we are also making efforts privately on our own through different NGOs to make sure that all the accessibility is available to the children. And we work there. And like my colleague was mentioning, She Power, that is based with like I said, with the help of Chinese embassy, we worked and we went and we met with the children, the girls in different schools, and we explained to them what hygiene was. This was the first part of the project. So we explained to them how to take care of themselves. Again, the same thing, to carry it forward, that once you teach a child and then she will put it forward to her mother, and then, because I think every household, I believe, listens to their girls. So they will go back and report that whole story to them. We gave out products to the children, to the girls, explained to them. The teachers gave them a whole lecture. So we've been doing different activities one-on-one with the girls, and it's very amazing to see the kind of potential that our country holds, and the girls especially. And I know we all have, if you all, whatever we are discussing now, starting off from Dr. Saiba and then forward on, I'm sure we'll all have the same issues in all of our countries, that girls need to, we need to do a lot more for them. But ours, I think it has been recognized some time back that it's very important, and we're working on it. And so we do small projects in different areas where people are neglected, to make sure that they are aware of their rights. And like human rights and climate change, both are of two sides of the same coin, right? So it goes hand in hand. We both are, I think, one of the powerful speakers of the parliament. When we encourage girls to come, we encourage children to come to the parliament to see how we speak, to make sure that we address them. We make sure that we pass legislation. I passed lots of legislation in the House, which I'm sure she's going to forward to from her side. And we have restrictions because of the 18th Amendment. In our provinces, we can't have free access, but we do as much as we can. And we are trying, and if there are any ideas or suggestions, we are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator and Honorable Coordinator from Pakistan. Yes, I have seen myself, Senator and Coordinator in the Parliament, and your voice is always heard. Every minister is very active to listen to you, and they take action right away. That's for sure. And indeed, the Prime Minister has recently introduced education emergency, imposed rather education emergency in Pakistan, has done wonders. It has now been part of the regulations that 50% of the scholarship at all levels, be it TVET, skills, or higher education, that would go to girls. That quota is fixed now. So thank you very much for your kind intervention. I would like to introduce my next panelist, Mr. Dauda Ndiaye, who is the Manager of Climate Change and Environmental Division in the Islamic Development Bank. Sir, thank you for joining us. As we know that finances play a vital role for any subject, social subject, and of course for education it's needed the much. And we have seen that if I take example of sub-Saharan African countries, where learning poverty has crossed 80%. As they say in Pakistan, it's like close to 80%. In sub-Saharan African region, it's more than 80%. And many of those countries, the core of their GDP that goes to debt servicing. So there is very less amount left that can be spent. In fact, nothing that would be spent on the education. So, being the bank, my question to you would be: what's bank future course on tackling the innovative financing, in fact, required for bringing back the millions of out-of-school girls, and also how much is the focus on climate awareness program through girls' education?
Thank you. Thank you so much for ICESCO for inviting me here today. Yes, the numbers you have provided are quite staggering, and it's really something that we are all facing right now. The economy globally has been quite challenging at some time, and we can see that many countries, they are struggling with debt. We can see that in programs that are targeting education, there is more and more need for concessional financing. So we are happy that we are, for example, working with partners such as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation or the Global Partnership for Education, among other partners, to be able to bring our financing down to a level of concessionality that help these countries in achieving their education goals. We understand that in our member countries, if you see that 340 million people are aged between 15 and 24-year-old in the ISDB member countries. So it's quite high level of needs in terms of infrastructure for education. And we are here at the COP, so we have to talk about climate and the resilience of these infrastructure where the girls are going to school are quite important. We know that the floods, we just heard about the case in Pakistan, and there were floods happening even this year in many other countries. So how are we building climate resilient infrastructure that can help in the education? Now, in terms of the curricula, it's also very important to see that we need to use that workforce that will be the climate champions of the future. We need to educate girls so that in the future they would be more involved. We just heard again about the case in Pakistan where you want to see them being involved. You want to see them at least to have some knowledge of what's happening and what are the actions that need to be taken to address the minimum of disaster risk reduction activities. And lastly, when we talk about the jobs of the future, we know that the jobs that are going to exist in 20 years, right now we don't even know which one they are. The technology is advancing in a way that you need to prepare them today. So how do you prepare them for the green jobs of tomorrow so that they are not left behind? So these are one of the aspects that we are also trying to tackle. We finance the building of schools, but we also finance vocational training institutions. We also have some soft skills financing that we provide through some of the programs that we have. For example, the Youth Employability and Entrepreneurship Program, YDEEP, that we have initiated in Indonesia, and we want to scale it up. We have also partnered with Microsoft Philanthropies and other institutions to support the digitalization skills of young women. We look at the skills in terms of education, but we also look at the aspects of entrepreneurship, so that we can support the youth in their entrepreneurship goals. So I will stop there, but just to say that there were different entry points, and we see the challenges, but we also see opportunities to really support girls so that they will be the champions of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's wonderful to hear that your organization is committed towards, supporting the agenda of inclusive education. And the examples that you gave are really well appreciated, especially working with the other private organizations, reflecting the multi-sectorial approach that ISDB is taking. So we will now move to UNICEF. Your Excellency, this is Dr. Saja Farouk Abdullah, is the country representative for UNICEF here in Azerbaijan. I think everybody knows the incredible work UNICEF is doing in terms of pioneering gender inclusion in the education systems throughout the world. Before joining ICESCO, I was the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education in the Gambia, where I'm from. And the head of the UNICEF office there, Dr. Nafisa, has done an incredible amount of work, has supported me in so many initiatives, especially getting dropout girls and out-of-school girls back into the school system. So from that point of view, can you please elaborate on what is UNICEF's standpoint on the values of girls' education and climate change?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. Thanks, ICESCO, for inviting me to this panel, and also would like to thank you very much for reflecting on what our dear colleague and friend Nafisa is doing in Gambia, and this is exactly, what UNICEF approach elsewhere in the world. So first of all, I would like to mention why climate crisis and why especially girls we are focusing on. Just to mention from our perspective, we don't see climate change as environmental crisis. For us, it's a child right crisis, because it jeopardizes all the values or all the protection issues that is anchored in the Convention on the Right of the Child. The right of children to education, to health, to well-being, to protection, all of it going to be jeopardized by the impact of this climate crisis. And one of the things that is overlooked is basically education. We saw, and we hear from colleagues in Pakistan also, and we witnessed that, how the impact of the crisis in Pakistan has led to a massive displacement of families and population, how this disrupts schools. And of course, it's not only in Pakistan, in many of the countries that has been impacted. Disrupt schools in terms of infrastructure, but also disrupt the access to health services for children, especially girls. It also affects the mental well-being of children, and the consequences stay for long. So it's really very, very impactful and harmful on a long term. And we hear from you how this translated into economic loss, from 15 to 30 trillion dollar loss because of the out-of-school children, whose half of them are really girls. We know also that this impact is unequally felt, and it's mainly felt by girls, because girls are the one who pulled to do the caregiving activity, the household, in the families, and also this is impacted by the gender norms. across different communities. We hear how the perception of families, how the prioritization of resources in favor of boys rather than girls. So we know that girls are the most who suffer from that. But also I would like to mention there is hope. There is a lot of opportunities that we see. And from UNICEF, the way we see it also, that educating girls is really transformative. I think it was alluded by other members of the panel, like educating girls is not just a matter of getting knowledge, but it's also a matter of empowering girls, building their resilience, empowering their families, the generation. It's an intergeneration kind of transmission of knowledge, empowerment. Educated girls, of course, gonna build educated family and community and resilience. So we know how this is impactful on the longer run. For us, we always work with our counterparts, national ministries, but also civil societies across the world, to make sure that this become a reality. Giving access to girls become really a reality. And I think there is a good example where we do with the Ministry of Science and Education in Azerbaijan, our STEAM program, where we work hand in hand to provide equal opportunities for boys and girls, but we also emphasize on the importance of girls' education, getting their access to the knowledge, to the skills, and building this cohort of leaders, leaders in climate action, and having this, stream predictable across generation. And the level of participation of young children, especially girls, in this COP29 was really impressive. You saw them, I think, the young envoys, the youth envoys, their active participation, especially girls, and the level of knowledge that they have is really very, very promising, and give us a lot of hope that we are moving in the right direction. And all I say is that we are committed as UNICEF with our partner to build a world where children education becomes central to the climate action, and to work on ensuring that policies integrate that, and the climate finance as well is supporting that. We know that only 2.4% of the climate finance now is child responsive. And this is really very small amount. And we have a big hope that by the end of the COP, we're going to have a kind of commitment to invest more on children's services, social services. And in closing, again, I would like to reaffirm our belief that girls' education is investing in sustainable and equitable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Excellency. And in fact, I'll quote your words, that it's not the climate crisis, it's in fact the child rights crisis. And just merely 2.4% of the whole climate financing is going to education, which is absolutely nothing. And that needs to be increased. And that's what is the resolution coming out of the COP. Thank you very much for intervention. Our next speaker is Ms. Christine Osdeen, who is the, I'll give it to her afterwards. Ms. Christine Osdeen, who is the Global Director for Climate Education at Cambridge University Press and Assessment. Ms. Christine, given its well-acclaimed academic footprint, how has Cambridge tackled the climate agenda with special focus on girls' education and its climate literacy programs? And how do you see ICESCO and Cambridge supporting member states in educating girls for climate action as envisaged in recently launched ICESCO Greening Education Framework? Over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's an absolute pleasure to join the panel today, and thank you for those that have joined us as audience as well. So I wasn't going to start by talking about why this is important. I thought, well, it's obvious, girls' education, it's obvious. And then I realised that if I didn't start with why, then I'd be making a big mistake, because I'd be making assumptions, and that's dangerous. So I'm going to preface my remarks to your question with the evidence of why girls' education is important in this context of climate and sustainability. because there is strong evidence that women's empowerment and participation improves resilience to extreme weather events. It lessens the impact of climate change at a community level. Educated girls are evidenced to be more likely to adopt and advocate sustainable practices. And there's emerging evidence, and for sure there's evidence on our panel today, that Educate facilitates women to enter leadership positions, and when they do, those women can lead countries to adopt environmentally friendly policies and become leaders in reducing environmental impact. And as I say, we have examples today of women leading in national politics. So what has Cambridge been doing in this area? Much of what Cambridge has been doing continues to be, with regard to girls' education, continues to be firmly grounded in its guiding education principles, so namely taking a systemic approach to education and considering how the various components of an education system interact to create good learning outcomes. Strong systems are characterised by coherence and equity. The basics matter: foundational learning in literacy and numeracy, and the importance of access to quality education matters. SDG 4 is at the heart of what we do, where climate and sustainability are integrated and inclusive and blend knowledge with transferable socio-emotional and evaluative skills. Looking to give you some specific examples and interventions in this area. Leila mentioned earlier gender-sensitive reviews in curriculum. That is something that Cambridge is specialised in doing, such that girls, as Leila pointed out, not only see themselves in what they're seeing, but also are inspired by how they are represented in teaching and learning materials. We do self-directed home-based learning for contexts where, unfortunately, school-based learning may not always be possible. In our Climate Quest programme, which is a self-directed online programme, which we've made available free of charge to school children in India, aged between 14 and 18, we're not only encouraging uptake by girls, but we're also using authentic research from Cambridge faculty about gendered heat waves. So it's about access and about access to learning, but access to relevant content as well. The other example I was going to give was around Cox's Bazar, and this is in partnership with UNICEF actually. So the work that's happening in the Cox's Bazar refugee camps in Bangladesh, we work as a partner there. There's a refugee population of about 1 million, where half of those refugees are women and girls. But even in this most difficult of contexts, educators are working to support coherent and future-focused education. And what Cambridge is doing there, we've created an assessment framework so that students are able to record what they've learned and how it can be assessed. This provides children with clear outcomes of what they have learned at the end of every formal stage. And we do expect that these records of learning will help reduce education dropout, and it's especially important for girls, many of whom are not enrolled in formal learning environments in the camps, but this will motivate them because they will have the record of achievement as well. So through delivering such interventions, we've once more understood the critical nature of partnerships, the importance of working with regional, local experts. So that turns me to the second part of the question, in terms of how we might support member states through the ICESCO Greening Education Framework. Investing in girls' education is the last recommendation of the policy framework. I don't want to say last, actually. I wanted to say like grand finale, sort of recommendation of the framework. The policy framework covers girls' education within the community pillar. And educating girls is one of the most cost-effective development investments in greening communities. For women and girls, access to a green education will mean equitable access to knowledge and skills related to climate, the environment and sustainability. So specifically, the policy framework sees success measured in terms of 3 factors. The first is foundational education, which we talked about a little bit earlier in terms of sort of guiding principles. And also this is about the reduced dropout rate for girls in primary and secondary education. The second factor is that access and opportunities exist for higher education. So girls need to have the opportunities, but they also need to have the necessary social and financial resources to progress. The final factor is around having balanced subject choices so that girls will be equally encouraged to take up STEM as well as other subjects. The framework suggests short and long-term targets within these areas, and gender equity is in terms of educational opportunities is measured by the coverage and the retention of girls at different school levels, but also about their motivation and their satisfaction with the education provided. And it's interesting to note, obviously, that with 53 member states, the level of female participation in education varies tremendously across ICESCO member states. And in some states, female participation exceeds male enrolments. And some targets may indeed have actually been exceeded. So really the ICESCO model is also about working with the local context to make that appropriate, those targets appropriate. Targets related to the other pillars in the ICESCO framework are crucial in maintaining and creating, in fact, an enabling environment, such as the physical infrastructure of schools and benefits towards the teacher workforce. So, in conclusion, Cambridge is committed to supporting ICESCO members in this critical area of girls' education, in supporting governments to develop their curricula, assessments, teaching and learning, and teacher professional development. We hope to increase the number of girls gaining those foundational skills, progressing through their education, and doing so with balanced access to subjects. And in doing so, we want to ensure that the ICESCO Green in Education policy recommendations really do arrive in the classroom and in the communities of our girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christine. That is inspiring. And I like your last statement about making sure that we are in the classroom and in the communities, because that's what it's all about. If we want to get the ones that are out of school, if we want to get the ones that have dropped out, we have to go to the community level. So thank you very much. So with this, I go to Dr. Aisha, Your Excellency, Dr. Aisha Hassan Mohammed Ahmed Yamahi. She is the senior advisor of the Alif Foundation based in the UAE. So Dr. Aisha, we have heard the importance of public-private partnership. We have heard that to tackle the issue of girls' education, we need an integrative approach. We need partnerships with multilateral organizations, bilateral, and as well as international organizations and international NGOs as well. So from that point of view, how important is the role of EdTech in minimizing the gender divide? And it would be wonderful if we can hear from you about your carbon literacy program, because that's a very innovative and exciting program that we would like for you to share some experiences on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khadija. Thank you, Mr. Waqqas. Thank you for having me here today. I am Dr. Aisha Al-Yamahi from the United Arab Emirates, a strategic advisor for Alif Education as a tech company. Our official language is Arabic, and my mother language also Arabic. So, excuse me, I will speak in Arabic, but there is a translator will be provided for English speakers.
Dr. Aisha, you can speak. Yeah.
شكرا لكم جميعا.
You speak.
شكرا لكم جميعا اليوم لمناقشة موضوع مهم جدا وهو تمكين الفتيات من
for having me today to discuss this important topic.
Dr. Aisha, you can continue. It's happening. We can hear it.
لماذا تعد تعليم
What is girl education and girl empowerment an important topic in climate action? There are great issues. For example, when there is a crisis or a national disaster that puts an end or a halt to education, as Dr. Khadija talked before, climate disasters or natural disasters affect a lot of students across the world, and the girls are hit the most by this issue. Girls face discrimination at this point while they are forced to stay at home, help at home, do chores rather than go to school. So women and girls are more susceptible or prone to these problems. Girls and women are 80% of displaced people caused by climate change and natural disasters. Displacement caused by natural disasters can increase the risk of exploitation and human trafficking and child marriages.
كذلك لا تحظى الإناث بتمثيل كافي.
Girls do not have ample representation in leadership positions, as only 20% of leadership positions in technology and influence in decision making are for girls and women. So how can we empower girls to be active agents in climate empowerment or climate action? So girls can play a key role in this action, and we can involve girls in decision making and help them have access to resources, references, and help empower women and enable them to be active participants, such as technological devices and legal frameworks about this, as discussed by my colleague panelist here. We need also to focus on health and well-being to ensure that they are strong and ready to engage actively in climate efforts. Education remains the main and key factor in achieving sustainable development. ALIF provides opportunities for girls to be educated, to be involved, and our mechanisms and factors are designed based on the needs, support teacher training, and support preschool education, and carry on throughout the grades to contribute to achieving sustainable development. Through ALIF platform, we provide an inclusive experience, a comprehensive experience with concrete and tangible impact on the life of students and focus on environmental work. We also focus on community work and linking education to the community expectations and needs. Educational outcomes are also important in this part, as we focus throughout the educational paths on addressing educational environmental work. I will now share a video on this point.
Sustainability. The UAE Ministry of Education has partnered with ALIF Education to bring you Educators' Voice. Educators' Voice engages educators from around the world and creates a framework from which to involve them in COP28. And there's more exciting news.
Education in relation
We've
to
recently
climate
concluded
action.
a competition named Educators' Voice, where educators had the chance to showcase their pivotal role in the global climate response. They shared how they implemented activities or initiatives to raise awareness about climate change and address its challenges. An expert committee reviewed applications and selected 10 out of 386 projects, deemed to outstandingly reflect the principles of green education and demonstrate innovative approaches in climate change education.
كذلك اسمحوا لي أن أستعرض معكم هذه الصورة.
So I would like to share with you this picture. As they say, one picture is worth 1,000 words, and this reflects indeed 1,000 words. First, I will give you an overview about this image and then share the messages carried in this message. We carried out a program called Educator's Voice, where more than 1,000 teachers took part in this program, showcasing their best achievements in terms of climate change and sustainability, and exchange their achievements. And we have paid tribute to 10 educators. One of them was Mrs. Noor Halini Binti Alias from Malaysia, who showcased her inspiring and innovative mangrove project, I Can. This initiative focused on planting trees in collaboration with the help of her students, and cleaning initiatives also carried out in cooperation with her students. As you all can also see on this picture, there are 2 women and 1 man, 3 women and 2 men. And this is the committee that oversees climate action initiatives in the UAE. We can see also Dr. Amna Dahak, Minister of Environment in the UAE. And when we are talking about women empowerment and giving them leadership positions, this is the key step to have outcomes with such impact. We have also worked on Alif platform for a program called Eco Champions, which is an environmental literacy course designed for UAE students, used in cooperation. This is a program implemented in cooperation with Cambridge University, benefiting 118,000 students across 321 schools, with 50% of the participants being girls. This program teaches students about sustainability, climate change, and equipping them with practical knowledge to protect the environment, and teach them about ecology and sustainability. Like I said, 50% of the participants in this program were girls. So, education for a sustainable environment. When discussing and reviewing the performance of students across a number of reports and a number of official international reports, these reports show that Emirati students have scored better than their other counterparts from other countries. This barcode, this QR, you can use it to check some reports, studies conducted in the UAE to discuss this topic. So what are the necessary steps to follow to empower girls in climate action?
صاحبات المعرفة والخبرة كذلك تشجيع
empowering girls and empowering women in leadership positions, following the steps of the UAE example, giving concrete and tangible examples, and giving access, fair access to quality education. And thank you for listening. And you also have another QR code to contact us at Alif Foundation. Thank you very much.
Dr. Aisha, thank you very, very much for that comprehensive. Can you hear me?
You will switch.
They switched.
No, good.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha, for this comprehensive presentation. I'm now going to pass over, over to Ms. Balkis Salawuddin, who is one of our dynamic youth advocate, for her observation and closing remarks. Please, could you please?
Thank you. I'm going to be as very brief as possible. I know everybody wants to run. All right. Thank you so much. My name is Balkis. I'm from Nigeria. I work with women and children and young people in Nigeria. And education and gender is one of the most passionate thing that we really drive. I just want to commend the fact that this panel was not only highlighting the problem, but we see solutions, policies that are being done in Azerbaijan, implementation that is being done in Pakistan, the collaboration with Cambridge, and the work that UNICEF is doing and different foundations. So I think it is now important to start putting more of these solutions out there to serve as samples for developing countries like my country in Africa, and see how we can continue to domesticate. And I also wanted to emphasize that there is also a need to create a sort of structure template for educational facility on the continent, especially in Africa, because whenever UNICEF brings in new money, they build new schools, they abandon the old ones, which are not climate resilient. So how can we start investing in the old structures to be climate resilient so that we have more facility for children to learn, and also empowering their teachers to be able to teach them on topics on gender, on climate change. So I'll just keep it that. Thank you so much for providing your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a quick picture.
All right,
Yeah, Dr. Hedy, you want to close it?
No, let's go.
Okay.
Thank you very much. This has been great. We take a picture.